the internet, but we might be lagging behind when it comes to reaching teenagers. You know, we compare it with gaming technology, for instance. But we really might be onto something. So this is from the 1930s. So this was considered pure science fiction in the 1930s, but they were spot on. So everybody has one of these today. So that's exactly what we can see here. All right. Then the first presentation. So overview of the Dacian capital project. Luminita Metzel. Where, yeah, you have your presentation on the computer? Yeah.
Bună ziua! Proiectul Capitala Daciei, Muzeul Viu al Patrimoniului Cultural European, reprezintă o premieră la nivelul județului Hunedoara, fiind prima dată când Consiliul Județean Hunedoara accesează cu succes o finanțare prin granturi SIE și sperăm ca în viitor să avem cât mai multe colaborări cu Norvegia în vederea atragerii de fonduri. Cetatea Sarmisegetuza Regia, monument istoric înscris în lista Patrimoniului Mondial UNESCO, a fost capitala și cel mai important centru militar, religios și politic al statului dac, înainte și în timpul războaielor cu Imperiul Roman. Proiectul face parte din programul Ro-Cultura, finanțat prin granturile SIE 2014-2021, având ca obiectiv general consolidarea dezvoltării economice și sociale prin cooperare culturală, antreprenoriat cultural și patrimoniului cultural. Granturile SIE reprezintă contribuția financiară acordată de Norvegia, Islanda și Liechtenstein pentru reducerea disparităților economice și sociale în spațiul economic european, pentru consolidarea relațiilor cu cele 20 s-a semnat contractul de finanțare Ro-Cultura, încheiat între Ministerul Culturii, Unitatea de Management al Proiectului în calitate de operator de program și UAT Județul Hunedoara în calitate de promotor de proiect, având ca obiect acordarea ajutorului de stat sub formă de sprijin financiar nerambursabil de către operatorul de program, respectiv Ministerul Culturii, pentru implementarea proiectului Capitala Daciei, Muzeul Viu al Patrimoniului Cultural European, cod COL 0320, valoarea contractului fiind de 13.290.000 de lei, echivalentul a 2.746.000 de euro. Contribuția Consiliului Județean Hunedoara fiind de 4.108.000 de lei, echivalentul a 849.000 de euro, pe o durată de 43 de luni. În vederea implementării proiectului, s-a semnat un acord de parteneriat între UAT Județul Hunedoara, în calitate de promotor de proiect, Fundația Mihai Eminescu Trust, partenerul de proiect român, și Mor and Romsdal Country Council, partenerul norvegian. Principalele activități derulate pe parcursul proiectului sunt restaurarea, revitalizarea și punerea în valoare a monumentului istoric, precum și activități de instruire, management, monitorizare și audit. Consiliul Județean Hunedoara, prin proiectul Capitala Daciei, Muzeul Viu al Patrimoniului Cultural European, urmărește conservarea, restaurarea și punerea în valoare a cetății Sarmisegetuza, punct al sitului arheologic Sarmisegetuza Regia, dealul Grădiștii, prin măsuri corelate de protecție, conservare și utilizare durabilă a patrimoniului cultural, al monumentului istoric, precum și de valorificarea acestui patrimoniu în vederea întăririi identității culturale locale. Din punct de vedere al activităților de restaurare realizate de către Consiliul Județean Hunedoara, în calitate de promotor de proiect, până în prezent s-au derulat proceduri de achiziții, în urma cărora s-au încheiat contracte pentru servicii de proiectare, servicii de verificare a proiectului, servicii de audit, achiziție de materiale publicitare, execuție de lucrări, servicii de dirigenție de șantier, servicii de supraveghere și cercetare arheologică. Se află în derulare achiziția de sistem de informare turistică. Serviciile de proiectare au fost realizate de către instituția etalon din România în acest domeniu, respectiv Institutul Național al Patrimoniului, pe baza contractului de servicii numărul 9106, semnat în data de 28 mai 2021 între Județul Hunedoara și asocierea formată din Institutul Național al Patrimoniului, lider de asociere, STE Profesional Construct Proiectare SRL, asociatul 1 și Institutul de Arheologie Vasile Pârban, asociatul 2. Specialiștilor desăvârșiți din cadrul acestei asocieri, respectiv șeful de proiect, domnul Ștefan Bâlici, la acea vreme manager al Institutului Național al Patrimoniului, împreună cu echipa din jurul dânsului, unui specialiști la fel de motivați și dăruiți acestui domeniu, doamna manager Oana Zaharia, doamna Alexandra Stoica, care au continuat cu succes, rezultând documentația tehnică pentru autorizarea executării lucrărilor de construire, documentația tehnică de organizare a execuției lucrărilor și proiectul tehnic de execuție. În prezent, suntem în faza de execuție de lucrări. În data de 4 octombrie 2022 a avut loc predarea de amplasament, s-a semnat ordinul de începere a lucrărilor, s-au efectuat lucrările de organizare de șantier și au început lucrările propriu-zise în conformitate cu graficul de execuție. În același timp, am obținut autorizația de supraveghere arheologică a lucrărilor și autorizația de cercetare arheologică a lucrărilor, autorizații prin care Direcția Patrimoniului Cultural din cadrul Ministerului Culturii autorizează Universitatea Babeș-Bolyai Cluj-Napoca prin domnul Răzvan Mateescu, în calitate de responsabil științific de șantier, și colectivul de cercetare arheologică să efectueze săpături arheologice preventive și supraveghere arheologică în situl cetățile dacice din Munții Orăștiei. Am participat împreună cu Fundația Mihai Eminescu Trust la activitățile de revitalizare pe care dânsii le-au organizat, respectiv atelierele de fierărie dacică, școala de vară Micu Arheolog, Târgul Meșteșugăresc, activități care s-au bucurat de un real succes, fiind primite cu entuziasm de către participanți care și-au manifestat dorința de a participa și pe viitor la astfel de activități. În prezent se desfășoară cursurile de formare profesională Ghizii Protectorii Patrimoniului. Obiectivul proiectului este acela de a avea un monument istoric restaurat și revitalizat, valorificat cultural și economic, care să atragă după sine creșterea cu 30% a numărului de vizitatori și să readucă în atenția publicului o serie de activități interactive, printre care reînvierea unor meșteșuguri tradiționale și consolidarea colaborării pe termen lung în domeniul cultural între UAT Județul Hunedoara, partenerul român și norvegian, în vederea susținerii dezvoltării cooperării culturale internaționale în domeniul patrimoniului cultural, bune practici și transfer de bune practici între parteneri. De asemenea, valoarea și prestigiul partenerilor și colaboratorilor proiectului, respectiv partenerul norvegian, Ronstal, Country Council, partenerul român, Fundația Mihai Eminescu Trust și experților de notorietate internațională implicați în proiect, domnul Ștefan Bâlici, președinte al Ordinului Arhitecților din România, domnul Răzvan Mateescu, de la Universitatea Babeș-Bolyai Cluj-Napoca și Muzeul Național de Istorie Cluj-Napoca, domnul Călin Neamțu, rector al Universității Tehnice Cluj-Napoca și ceilalți specialiști care s-au alăturat echipei, au creat un nucleu cultural în jurul monumentului UNESCO, Sarmisegetuza Regia, leagănul poporului român. În calitate de manager de proiect, mulțumesc domnului președinte Laurențiu Nistor pentru susținere și implicare, un aspect extrem de important pentru destinul proiectului, partenerilor norvegiani și români și experților menționați și, nu în ultimul rând, colegilor mei, membrii NUIP, pentru munca de calitate și implicarea lor în proiect. Proiectul Capitala Daciei, Muzeul Viu al Patrimoniului Cultural European, a deschis premizele altor proiecte, primul, al cărui contract s-a semnat deja în data de 26 octombrie 2022, conservarea, restaurarea și punerea în valoare a sitului arheologic Sarmizegetuza Regia, terasa 10, din cadrul sitului arheologic UNESCO Sarmizegetuza Regia Munții Orăștiei, proiect care face parte din Planul Național de Redresare și Reziliență, pilonul 4, coeziune socială și teritorială, componenta C11, turism și cultură, iar al doilea, care este în pregătire, terasa 11, din cadrul sitului arheologic Sarmizegetuza Regia, prin POR Vest, 2021-2027, programul Patrimoniul UNESCO Valorificăm moștenirea culturală regională pentru generațiile viitoare, obiectivul specific turism durabil. Așadar, la finalizarea acestui proiect, avem deja noi proiecte care să dezvolte cultural și turistic zona Munților Orăștiei și sperăm să ne revedem cu toții în viitoare colaborări de succes. Vă mulțumesc!
So in case you didn't know, that's a special coffee from Norway. Norway is actually one of the biggest coffee drinking countries in the world. All right, next presentation will be from Evenimentul. The subject is digital presentation along the coastal pilgrim routes.
Hello, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about a project that we've started in the Møre og Romsdal County some years ago. I will present the overview of this project and what's it about and its historical context. That will be my main focus, and some of my colleagues will take you further into the processes later today. I'm sorry for the misspelling here, but implementing technology, museums and in the field. This is something that we wanted to do along our one of our most important historical routes, the coast. Like I think Ture said yesterday, that the coast has always been the primary and most important pathways in Norway. We have a quite long coast, and there is lots of human remains history from the Stone Age to up to present day, and it's also a very important part of the history of Norway and how we got the urbanization and how Norway became a part of Europe in the Viking Age and the medieval times. The project, we named it A Piece of History because this, for us, this was an important piece of history. When we talk about, for example, the Middle Ages and the Viking Age in Norway, it's very often connected to the southeastern part of the country, or in the middle of the Trondheim region. But Møre, as in our county name, is an old word that means sea, from mare in Latin. So this is one of the most mentioned landscape mentions in the old sagas. So this has been a very important place where there of power and communication with, for example, the British islands. Our aim or our goal with this project is we are aiming towards the 1000th anniversary of Christianity in Norway in 2030. This is a date, a symbol, when in 1030 the king Harald, no, not Harald, Olaf, sorry, fought for Christianity in Trondheim and became a martyr after that. And that's been the symbol of how Christianity became the most took the power, religious power in Norway. This project is based on cultural heritage, public health, place and business development, and will facilitate economic, cultural, social, and environmental value creation. The values are expected to be created based on cultural heritage along several historical axes in all part of national stretches. The coastal pilgrim route has several important, historically important places along the coast of Møre. This is the area. This is where we are located. This is Møre and Romsdal County. So we are, in a way, we are the western coast, but we are also we call it the Midwest. These are some very important historical routes, which is also important today in developing new roads, and especially you can see the coast where we have this E39, an important which is in the media and how to develop new roads all the time. But this was also the main road by sea in the Middle Ages and the Viking Age, and also before that. And we have the inland route, which is very important connection to the inland and the eastern area. You can see these symbols on the sites that we decided we wanted to prioritize in this project, along with our people we samarbeider, we communicate with our partners. So the first place you see in the western area is Borgund, which Gitte talked about yesterday, and the one in the middle is Veøya, which also is a early medieval town, and we have Edøya and Smøla, which is a very important place of power throughout the Viking Age and the medieval times. So these are the main places that we want to focus on developing digital examination of the history. A little bit about the sites. Yesterday we were talking about what was monumental and what was not, and that we probably don't have these monumental remains in Norway at the same level as you have other places in Europe. But at the same time, if you look at it in another way, these were quite monumental when they existed, because everything was built out of tree, almost everything. So we have written sources from people coming from the Mediterranean Sea very early on, that came up to the Scandinavian coast and was impressed by the big buildings that were there. So there was monumental elements, and when we excavate them, we manifest them, and we can in a way look at them as monumental. And especially this town in Borgund probably was one of the most monumental settlements we had. So this is a medieval town that we hope to get a lot of more information about now, but it's been excavated, not everything, just a small part of it. But we do know it's the largest divan between Bergen and Trondheim, and it is mentioned in the old the sagas, medieval sagas, and it had several stone churches here, at least 4. So that says something also about that dimension of the site. We can say, I think we have traces about this as being started, the town structure started maybe around 900 in the Viking Age. Yeah, it went on throughout the medieval times, and maybe it lasted a bit longer than the 1400s, but the fall of the city probably started after the Black Flow. One other side is a very similar type of site located in a fjord, the Romsdal Fjord, the other name of our county, which is a quite similar site, which we have been working with, and it's quite similar to Borgund, so we'll talk more about it later on. But it's also an important position because it's in the fjord and have the connection to the inland resources and the iron production. The third side is Kuli and Ede. It's these last 2 ones we have worked with now. It's Eja and it's Edeja Kuli. And we are going to start working with Borgund after New Year. This is an Iron Age central place, seat of power, rich archaeological finds, medieval stone church, and we have a standing stone which says 12 winters had Christianity been in Norway. So this is a very interesting information that we don't have quite much of in our, since we didn't have any written sources before the medieval times. This is a period that represents change in Norway, and that's what we want to focus on. New structures of power, both military and economic and social. Urbanism throughout the traveling, more mobility, better ships. We all know about the Viking ships that was made it more easy with a sail. We could start traveling for more distance. There are also new social interactions with the traveling and the trading, and we also get this new religious belief, which it's a very complex process, and we even today see elements in our way of thinking and traditions that go back to the heathen times. So it probably wasn't as easy as that in 1030 everyone was Christians. It wasn't like that, but it's more like the Christianity became a more important part. We have done a lot, because before we are going to make digital dissemination, we need knowledge about these sites. So we have done a lot with together with our partners. We have GPR on every site. We have run GPR with quite impressive results, especially in Edeja, where we found this Viking grave, a ship, probably 17 meters long ship, which we found traces on that you can see on the picture here. We have also done seminars. We have done metal detecting. We have done everything we can to raise the knowledge about these sites before we begin the digital recreation. So a site can look like this when we start, and everything is underneath the soil. So how do we present things that's underneath the soil in an interesting way to the public? Well, the digital give us digital opportunities, give us ways to presenting. But we also have to know how the foundations underneath the soil look like. So this is a result from the area, for example, through our research and picking up all the research and put them in a digital GIS system. Now we have something to build on, to build our structures. Here is an example of the different levels of archaeological documentation over each other, and how we gather our knowledge in these systems. We have also gone through all the heritage, our graves and everything we have and know that was there in the Iron Age. For example, at the site in Kuli and Edøya, to give our engineers or historians that are going to build this digital dissemination, to give them a foundation to build on. So that has been one of our aims. So at the end, there are difficult things to how do we do this? Pros and cons. Okay, for example, make cultural heritage available. That's probably our most important thing. At the same time, we get a lot more knowledge. Since we make this a project, we need to have more knowledge. So this is also research. Some sites are also very difficult to visit. And then we can use, for example, 3D technology, or we can bring the sites into the museums, like I said, you have also done here. The research that carries the production will contribute to more knowledge. There are also some problems with this. The digital models becomes the new truth in a way. You also, the graphics can be, it can be bad. And it depends also on how much money you use on it. If you use enough money, you can get very good graphics and very good results. But we all know money doesn't come lightly to these kind of projects. So it's very important for us to do what we can and make the best quality related to how we are weighting this. It's also detail level of the digital production does not get, for example, when we are building up the cities digital, we can't go into the details that the archaeology and nerds really want to see. So that is something that we can get some criticism for. But it's also interesting to maybe some of these localities that we can go into the details of them, that we don't have to rebuild everything, but we can rebuild the details in some of them. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, then the final presentation before the coffee break. Changing the narrative, communicating sustainability values related to heritage practices by Elena Kovis. You're welcome.
So hello everyone, hello again, hello to those watching from home. I will start my presentation by emphasizing that I am not a communication expert, so feel free please to argue to whatever I have to say in the following minutes. Actually, that would be very great, it would make for a great debate. Nevertheless, I am a critical heritage studies researcher with an interest in how heritage processes shape narratives about the past, the present and the future. And in this sense, one of my main focuses is centered around the idea that heritage narratives and therefore values are shaped by and contribute to shaping mentalities and behaviors. And this is not so far from what communication experts study. Having this background, in the past months, I have also worked as a consultant in developing a communication strategy for the Capitala Daciei project. And this has been such an exciting opportunity because I have followed the project since its beginnings, because I do believe that because of the complexity of the project and the heritage side it has in focus, this project has the potential of changing the narratives about the heritage practices in Romania, and also, mentalities and behavior at large. One part of this process is surely communication and the effective dissemination of its results. But let me tell you that shaping the communication strategy for this project has been no easy task, and I think my colleagues here, Catalin, Lisa, and Julian, can back me up on that. But I knew this even before starting to work for the project, because I was aware of the difficult history that you also found about the other day of the site, or better, the history of the narrative around the site. So therefore, the first thing that I had in mind and that I asked myself was, how can we change the narrative about the site through communication? But before going deeper into the process that we try to follow for achieving this, let me clarify some key concepts which I think are needed in order to understand how communication, and in this sense particularly digital communication related to heritage, goes hand in hand with shifting the narratives about heritage place and further about general values. So I will say this in a room full of archaeologists, so I'm a bit nervous, but what I understand by heritage is a cultural process. Heritage, despite its material representativity and its physicality, it's not a given, but a construct. We have at some point in history decided to select elements of our past based on values that society had at that point. And we have attributed those values to those elements. And we have decided that those are representative for our cultural identity. And this was mostly done during the nation building phase of Europe, and especially in Western Europe. So values such as authenticity, which we discussed yesterday, monumentality, as well aesthetic and historical importance, have been developed and institutionalized through the establishment of canons, which nowadays represent what Laura James Neely calls the authorized heritage discourse. And these values decide what is heritage and what is not. They have been on one side influenced by social, political, and cultural contexts, while at the same time they represent an active force in shaping this. But new paradigms have started to emerge once the social, political, and cultural contexts have started to change. And these have been determined largely by environmental movements, social justice and gender equality movements, indigenous peoples movements, and education. An example of the establishment of these new paradigms are the elaboration of the Bura Charter, the Faro Convention, and the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. And these have produced a shift in heritage values attributed to heritage sites. So from monumentality to living heritage, from single designated heritage items to heritage places and cultural landscapes, from tangible to intangible heritage, from experts as custodians of the heritage place to heritage communities as custodians and prime custodians of the heritage place. But while this has brought the possibility for emerging heritages to be established, it has also brought the challenge of searching for a new set of values with regards to the already established heritage narratives. And such examples include, finding sustainable solutions for conserving and safeguarding heritage places in terms of, economic, environmental, social sustainability. but also the inclusion of alternative narratives other than the ones that experts create, the accessibility of the sites for vulnerable communities in terms of physical accessibility or even like cognitive language accessibility. And this is still an ongoing process. Now, why am I telling you all of this? As I said, heritage is shaped, but also contributes to shaping mentalities and behaviors. This is a given. The stories that we tell about our past have a big impact on our present and our future. In managing to bring to light those values which could actively contribute to a positive change in society, in other words, engaging intensely in heritage interpretation, heritage becomes an asset for tackling the issues we are facing nowadays, and which are very clearly stated, for example, in the UN Agenda for the 2030, are being discussed as we speak at COP27, because we're not only celebrating 50 years since the UNESCO World Heritage Convention, but we are also facing a very important, another important event, and which I think we can all freely, observe with our own eyes, and which we have observed in the surrounding area of San Luis as well. So to recap, the way I look at heritage is if this is managed properly, or the narrative around heritage is managed properly, it can represent an asset for tackling challenges such as the climate crisis, social inequality, poverty, gender inequality, discrimination, and so on. But how is this connected to digital communication? First of all, communication is an integral part of the management process of heritage, and it impacts directly the narratives which are being shaped about heritage. And this is particularly important in this moment in history because we are all using phones and social media, so it has a very big impact on us. And if you remember, this in turn shape behaviors. This is what digital communication does as well, and more specifically, the growing trend of digital marketing. Through putting in action a complex machinery of branding for products, digital marketing impacts consumers' behavior, for example. This, of course, raises important ethical issues, if you ask me, but this has also been the experience of heritage sites. Branding heritage has become part of a heritage industry, which supports the tourism industry. And this is not an argument against branding for touristic purposes, as we know that the tourism industry supports, the economic sustainability of heritage sites. But the affirmation is more meant at reflecting about the possibility of maybe rebranding heritage places towards disseminating other types of values, such as the ones that I mentioned before. And this is where, for example, digital storytelling comes in place. But just making use of digital platforms to disseminate scientific information crafted as a story capable of, resonating with people's experiences and emotions is not enough, I believe, as we are slowly moving away from a one-way lane communication, type of communication, with the experts being those in charge of, transmitting the information and the audience just the ones receiving it, towards a more holistic approach, which sees participatory culture as the core of its principles. The fact is that social media is the perfect medium for engaging in conversations. Although in certain situations this can prove tricky, as it is the case of Sala Şemineului, for most of the time, these platforms allow for establishing an open dialogue, for assessing, for example, people's perception towards a specific heritage site, their needs related to a heritage site, their needs at large. And this, on one hand, can contribute by making use of anthropological tools, for example, to branding heritage places in accordance to the needs of the audience. But most importantly, and exactly the key point of my presentation, it can allow for active participation of heritage communities, which now are also found online, in interpreting heritage sites alongside experts. And moreover, this could constitute channels of debate about, the critical challenges that I mentioned before. But coming back to Capitala Daciei and the Capitala Daciei project, when I was asked to contribute to developing a communication strategy, these were the main concepts I had in mind that I've mentioned before. So if you want the theoretical framework, in a first round of consultations with the members of the communication team, I proceeded with identifying further challenges specific to the site. So apart from being perfectly aware from before of the length to which the nationalist narrative and the spiritual narratives are very much linked to the site and are an important part of the perception of communities, I was also able to identify several other challenges, which to some extent were linked to this main one. The difficulty of establishing a dialogue with local and online communities. Then the heterogeneous features of the various communities gravitating around the site, and therefore the many narratives that we were talking about the other day existing linked to the site. But also maybe in a sense a reluctance of experts to engage with other stakeholders and to engage in communication with online communities based on these challenges, which are the difficult narratives and trying to find a solution to put together all of these narratives, but at the same time presenting everything in a very scientific way. Which I think is all the more important. The communication part in this project is all the more important. Developing an efficient communication strategy was a key point. This meant, in the first place, gathering together all actors or representatives of the various groups that have worked towards developing this project, and we have agreed that a certain style of communication at the border between scientific and colloquial was needed in this specific case. We then proceeded to identifying keywords which are used in the current narratives about the site, and based on this, we try to find keywords which have the potential to counter-map this narrative. And a few examples include from national identity to European identity, from national heritage to UNESCO heritage, from heritage site to cultural landscape, maybe trying to introduce, terms such as climate change or heritage communities. And we have chosen to use these keywords in most of our content, not only to delimitate ourselves from the established narrative, but also as a means for introducing maybe these concepts which are still lesser known in Romania for the non-experts, but which could prove indeed useful for creating alternative narratives, an alternative narrative, one that is linked to environmental sustainability, social inclusion, and sustainable development. And I wanted to end my presentation with these questions for you, because I thought that we could engage in a debate, but maybe I could keep them for later, which are related to ethical issues, because these are my dilemmas and I wanted to pick your brains about. So yeah, to which extent do you think it's ethical to intervene in narrative shaping, as I said, heritage interpretation as an expert? And is the use of digital marketing tools in heritage such as the ones aimed at changing consumers' behavior ethical, even though this could lead to positive changes? So yeah, maybe that's for later. Thank you.
All right. We are almost on time. So let's have a 15-minute coffee break. Actually, 12 minutes. So we can be back here on time at 11:05 for Christopher Darla's presentation. Oj, jag vet inte, det kommer bli långt. Ja.
På den skjermen der. Ja, eller må jeg se på den? Nei, ok, nei. Mens jeg står her og tuller, da kan du tenke deg. Kan det være sånn? Ja. Hvis det går, så er det vel. Ja, men fast. Hvor lang ligger det? Bare en sånn skal stille. Men så er det skal jeg tenke å ha dit? Ja, det står på engelsk. Det er greia hvordan det går. Ja, og hvis du snakker alt ofte, så kan det være nei. Men den siste jeg hadde, det er den jeg skal krølle med den fotogeometrien. Ta den siste sliden. Finn den sliden. Ja, hvordan finner jeg den da? Jeg må jo på tida der. Åja, unnskyld. Det er det var den sånn når du er på den her og du skal vise skjønner åja, sånn da kan jeg trykke meg fram der jeg tok tilbake i stedet ja Trebuie să așa de mai este Se come chi non me la vede?
Ai sunat pe box acum.
That's what it means to restart. Is it Teams or is it the medium? Then we are ready for the fourth presentation of the day. The virtual 3D model as medium and process. Some practical and philosophical considerations by Mr. Daciei and Mr. Walker. Yeah.
let's share the right screen. Good morning again, and I think first of all, I just want to say the last questions that Elena presented, those are very interesting questions, and I also think that they would be interesting to have in mind in my presentation. I'm going to talk about the virtual 3D models, and in particular about the work we've done at the area. And first, I'm going to talk about some practical experiences from the process of creating 3D models and our first experiences with the models as a medium in a narrow term. And secondly, I'm going to raise some more philosophical questions regarding the role of 3D models and technology in human-world relations as a medium between us here and now and a distant past. Oops. As an introduction, I would just like to make a separation between 3D models that document the world, the contemporary past, as it is in the present, and 3D models that represents a virtual past of how someone imagined that it once was. Now, this separation is a bit blurred and not entirely categorical, as all 3D models are representations of the world. There are also various degrees in which virtual pasts can interact with the present world. Yet today I want to focus on the latter and how these elements of creative or fictional storytelling and the technologies that represent them changes us and the perceptions of the past. First, however, I would like to talk a little bit more about the work at Veolia itself, a deserted urban site from the Viking and Middle Ages. As you can see from this map, there's been numerous locations at the site, and we also did some archaeological and geophysical surveys there back in 2019, together with Arne, who was here yesterday. But today, this is just a deserted island with just a few buildings, and the stone church from the late 12th century is the only one remaining from this urban environment. In order to reconstruct this urban settlement, we started with a LiDAR model and then added for information about changing sea levels. And in the heydays, we also assumed there were far less forests and vegetation. And the map to the right here is also shows the extent of the town based on the black soil. Further, we added information from our own fieldwork. The picture to the left shows the levels of magnetic susceptibility as translation of the human activity at the site. And to the right, you can see areas where Arne drove his GPR vehicle and the raw data. Here you can see some pictures from the interpretation process. In the end, you can see the various structures that we were able to identify, either through archive studies, visual surveys, or physical prospection, non-invasive methods, and in relation to the black soil. The different outlines of the structures reflect different certainties. Now, it's important to have in mind that this is already a representation and the result of a somewhat subjective interpretation process. The anomalies, both on the ground and in the geophysics, were far less neat and square than this. The main problem, however, was how to date the structures, and there have been some very limited excavations. The difficulties arose as the project group wanted us to reconstruct an early phase of the town, of the settlement, hardly visible at all. Nor was there any written documents from this period. But based on soil depth and complexities from both geophysics and the trial trenches, the historical, the older ones, we were able to reconstruct a hypothetical extent of the early medieval site. Yet we only had the outlines of buildings, and we knew nothing about construction techniques and how these buildings may have appeared. Thus, we started a process on providing expertise from people having worked with various subjects from this period, giving us their qualified guesses on how things may have looked like. Yet as there are no buildings from this period still standing in Norway from our contemporary past, not that many archaeologists have been visualizing early medieval towns, or with roofs or windows and wall decorations and so on. I will soon let Armin present the final result, but suffice to say that based on the very sparse documentation we had, we are fairly happy with the result. And in the dialogue with Tidvis, Armin, and the programmers, we put a lot of effort on site recognition and communicating our lived experience of the site. Being situated on the other side of the country, this could of course be a challenge for them. And in addition, there were challenges related to what the technology itself could offer, such as available textures, details, capacities, and so on. And of course, there's time and economy as always. And I felt that when a good discussion was just about to start, we had to kind of settle for what was good enough. And I can imagine that also TVs were frustrated with our continuous revisions all the time, having talked to some new experts. But it seemed as if the model itself gave rise to new perspectives and fruitful academic debates. In the end, of course, there's also the problem, or a general problem, of going from multiple subjective perspectives to just one sedimented truth. And I will come back to this in the end. Now, according to classical phenomenology, the human body was the mediation point between our consciousness and the world, what's in here and what's the realities out there. We cannot understand reality outside our ideas, and we, at the same time, all consciousness is consciousness of something. So rather than separating between these two spheres, Heidegger emphasized Dasein and being in the world as something integrating mind and the world, ideas and realities. In what has been labeled post-phenomenology, there's been an increased focus on the materiality and the technology in these human-world relations. In some respects, you may even say that technology is what makes us human, and rather than just being part of the world, technology not only affects how we perceive the world through technology, but it also affects how the world out there gets real to us through technology, such as we saw with the GPR and so on yesterday. Technology both extends our senses, and it also helps us to make sense of the world, whether in the present or in the past, just as I've shown with the models, GIS models from the area. And this brings me to the next point, material hermeneutics, and how the technology interprets or translates the world and the past. Yet then again, technological mediation only makes sense in the context of humans making sense of those mediations. And lastly, you cannot talk about the essence of technology. What's the essence of your phone, for instance? Rather, post-phenomenologists argue that technology can enter various relations, and the technological mediation is the outcome of the relation, it doesn't have an essence itself. So I'll just bring some examples. And Don Eide, the father of post-phenomenology, argues that there are at least 4 different relations. You have the embodiment relation, which talks about how we see the world through technology. And then you can say that humans and the technologies unite. So you can put on the glasses, for instance, that you see the world through your glasses, or you talk through a phone, and you can see through a drone or a microscope. So it extends your senses. The second is the hermeneutic relation, where the technology unites with the world instead, and we are reading and interpreting the world through technology, such as various methods of non-invasive methods. The third relation is the alternative relation, where the technology itself comes into the foreground. Rather than using the phone to communicate with others, you are actually communicating with the technology itself. And you can also say much the same thing about GIS. You create an alternative atemporal world within GIS outside the human experience of the real world. And then you also have background relations, the context of our inquiries, either in the field or in the office. You have machines and cars and electricity and so on around you. The fact that we drove a bus up to Samosega yesterday makes our experience of the site different than the first Romans that came there 2,000 years ago. So these 4 relations are not categorical. The same technologies can both be embodied, read, or in the background. They're not essential. It all depends on our relations to technology. Nor are these 4 different relations exhaustive. And for reason more advanced technology, other relations have been suggested. Returning to 3D models, we may argue that real 3D models, such as photogrammetry and LiDAR, represent a hermeneutic relation where we read and interpret the world. Yet when capturing the photos, we see them through drones as an embodied relation, and the 3D models, they can also enter an alternative relation. In the Swedish Dark Lab project, 3D models became a dynamic public space in which different interpretations can be revised and formulated. Rather than making new investigations in the field in the real world, you may investigate new ideas and hypotheses within the digital space. Augmented reality may at first seem as an embodied relation, and you can, as you can extend your senses through your phone or your headset, mixing the real and the virtual in real time. Yet this information or this hologram, for instance, from Smyrna, may just like Siri on your iPhone represent an alternative relation. So you may relate to the present environment or in an alternative past at the same time. Now, the real interesting question is how this affects human-world relations in the real world. The same goes for completely virtual 3D models, and in contrast to AR, or augmented reality, virtual reality represents an entirely digital environment. In such an alternative relation, you only relate to the model itself as a digital past environment. And of course, VR can also be embodied. You can have headsets and caves and so on. And the main difference from a desktop VR is that all the background relations disappear and you get immersed in these pasts. So you no longer see the bounds of the medium. You're in there. So then, do we really learn something about the real world outside? This model is based on a recent article by Indesnes and Bossen, displaying how what they call a user environment relation works, as is experienced when you have used headsets and immersive VR. You may both use the technology as a way of understanding yourself as an avatar, as a user within the digital experience, and the environments in the digital experience, the scenarios. Most typically, you will simulate an objective environment and get transported 10,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, back to Norvegia. But you may also have a simulated subjectivity. So you're playing an avatar, showing how it was like to be different persons at that time. There are, of course, some issues regarding virtual paths, and the main problem is how one path is being singularized and sedimented as the only true path, especially when we know how sparse the archaeological material in the first place was. How do we get across this? Now, first of all, it must be underlined that all reconstructions contribute to sedimentation. If anything, virtual models are less manifest and easier to revise than erected buildings, reconstructed ships, and so on. And I think the best solution would have to have a dynamic public space where the models could have been discussed in plenum and gradually revised in relation to new human inputs like experiences and expertise, or world inputs, evidence and observations. In the digital world, you may even communicate various competing paths. And this can be done by changing the environment, but also by changing the avatar, the subjective user, his abilities and perspectives. So you can pretend you are different persons within the past. Even though it may be perceived as a sedimentation of the past, I both believe that the media itself, the user environment relation within the media, could mediate multiple pasts, and that it could trigger new and revised human world relations outside the digital experience. My experience from area is not that everyone accepted the model as a sedimented truth, but rather that it stimulated alternative narratives and perceptions when encountered by various humans with various luggage. And the combination between lived bodies, simulated subjectivities, and their experiences from the world outside all contributed to these new experiences. So accordingly, I would prefer virtual 3D models and simulated sites that somehow relate to the world out there, either through augmented mixed reality, where you mix the present and the past, or through being used at the site or in close relation to the actual environment and contemporary landscape. I think it's very important to emphasize the importance of recognition between the site and the virtual environment. And this is important if we are to move from just an alternative relation, somewhat digital space in the digital space, where we only relate to the digital environment as a quasi-world, to a hermeneutic relation and a better understanding and care for sites, landscapes, and our contemporary past. Oh, so to sum up then, I would say that post-phenomenology opened up some very interesting perspectives, both on the virtual 3D models as a medium, our process of creating it, and how it continues to affect ourselves and the site. And rather than criticizing the policies of the 3D model as a finite product of the technology as limiting our perceptions of the past, I would argue that the virtual model has broadened our human-world relations. And in the widest sense, we may even say that technology created the past, or at least a new past, whether right or wrong. Prior to this model, there was a lot of things that we'd never be conscious about. Some archaeologists may, of course, have an overall perception of what an early medieval town may look like, but as being non-existing in the contemporary past, a lot of details neither existed in the world or in our consciousness, and thus came into being through the 3D model. As I mentioned, all consciousness is consciousness of something. Further, it gives us a medium of communicating and exploring the past. Scientifically, it helps us to integrate academic traditions as well as various research questions and perspectives. And by having various experts with various luggage experience the same user experience, it opened up for fruitful discussions and a common platform for various discourses. This was in many ways history and the past in the making. It doesn't only make it easier to communicate between experts, but also between the people, and may help people get engaged in the past. And finally, it not only changes our perspectives about the past, but also the human subjectivity in the real world, our attitudes, and who we are in relation to the site. So a little bit over time there. Sorry.
Then Radu Kols will have his presentation on cultural heritage, digital and virtual dissemination.
Okay, so hello. I'm going to present some aspects regarding the dissemination of virtual and let's say digital and virtual objects. So we're going to see some multiple case studies from different projects that we have worked on. So we are a larger team from Technical University, and we are involved in various cultural heritage projects. So the first thing that I want to talk about is regarding the extended reality. So extended reality includes both virtual reality, where the user is immersed in a complete digital simulation, also augmented reality, where we can overlay different aspects through a screen or some glasses over the real environment, but also with mixed reality, where we can also interact both with the digital and virtual objects at the same time. At some extent, we can do that with augmented reality, but much limited. So, as you may know, most museums only have a small percentage of items on display. And that's where XR technologies can help us to further extend the museum, let's say, exhibitions. Because it's not feasible to have a large museum where you can place all the objects. Therefore, it's easier to do this. I've added some photos at the bottom. So some museums have started to have a visible storage area where you can go and see different objects that are not, let's say, listed in the main exhibition. Also, I've added some let's say, what is the main benefit of applying this type of XR technologies? First, we can create some authentic experience that can enhance the educational and the entertainment content at the same time. So this is a great tool for dissemination. Also, it can be used both for indoors and outdoor exhibition. And I've added 2 case studies. One is from Mont Saint-Michel Abbey from France, an application created for HoloLens 2 by Microsoft, and the other one from Greece for the Parthenon AR application. So some scholars have considered that if you're gonna go further into XR technologies, maybe the visitors will no longer desire to go and visit the real let's say, either heritage site or museum. But that's not. So this type of application, if anything, they will just prepare the user for the real visit, so that he will know exactly, and it will be, let's say, not entirely new. Okay, so as I said, this will not substitute and doesn't. It's not a threat for cultural heritage organizations. Now I will start presenting some of our recent projects. So this is one of my recent projects. It was focused on the digital reconstruction of the ancient ornamental disc. The project had 3 phases. In the first phase was the digitization of the artifacts. So for some of them, we had access. The others were modeled after some photos that appeared online. So let's take a look. These are the discs. The first one is from the National History Museum from Cluj-Napoca. It's a fragmented disc. So we see that there are multiple missing elements on the disc. Also, it has been reconstructed by the curators back when it was found in from that time. Also, the other 2 discs, they have been repatriated in 2011. One has a griffin ornament in the central, and the other one has an aurochs. So let's say the cattle ancestor from the region. Here are the other 2 discs that were 3D modeled using photo references. So the photo references from the left have appeared online at an auction house in the United States. And we have 3D modeled those starting with that reference and let's say the geometry size and the offset of the shape. So it's not a flat disk, was taken into account considering the existing 3D disk that we had access to 3D scanning. Also, we created some 3D printed replicas. Okay. Now we're going to see some aspects regarding the similarity. Okay, so now that those videos have started, we're going to see the proposed 3D reconstructions for those disks. Okay, I'm going to go further. So this is the similarity analysis for the existing disk that was fragmented. Then we see that initially when the curators discovered it, they, since it was found in the same location, they consider that all the ornaments are part from the same object. So they proposed an oval shape for the disc, and they added both the aurochs at the center, and on the top they added that griffin leg. But only after the 2 other discs were repatriated in 2011, then they realized that, okay, each Dacian disc only had a single ornament in the central of the disc. So we see that the similarities for those. Here is a digital reconstruction workflow that we have proposed. It has also been published. And we see we start with the input, so with the fragment. We're going to do the identification. We're going to search for similarities. We're going to have that 3D scanned. And at the top, we have that area marked with a rectangle. That is also illustrated on the right side. So there are multiple steps. We are starting with the geometry acquired by a 3D scanner, and we are using that information to generate the 3D model using a technique called vector displacement mapping. And at the end, we can have the final model uploaded in multiple applications, extended reality applications. Okay, we have also analyzed what are the best compatible devices for XR that we can use that are commercially available and are not very expensive. So first we can have the traditional smartphone or tablet. We can add that to something like a Google Cardboard. That's good. It also has a good battery life depending on the phone. Then is also the Meta Quest 2, which is a standalone headset developed by Meta, the formerly known, let's say, Facebook. That's also good because it's standalone and it doesn't require a computer to process. So it's similar to an Android phone. It runs on an Android system. Then is also the system from HTC or Valve, but that is not feasible for remote areas. For example, if you want to go and have that installment position at Sănăsetuza, we're going to need some power outlet, like a generator, to have the system running. And there are also those systems, Epson Movelio or Microsoft HoloLens, that can be used, but those are quite expensive. So here we're going to see some applications. This is the application with the Valve Index. The environment was set within the 3D reconstruction of the sacred area, where we have positioned multiple discs, and we can interact with them, we can grab them, we can analyze them. So this is the reconstructed version, and over to the left, it will be the initial 3D scan. We can also get additional information, so we added some videos within the environment that we can go and start and get some information. I will let the video run to the other section. So in VR, you have two hands. After you're gonna release the disk, it will go back in the initial place. And you can also grab, let's say, another disk with the other hand, and you can have those compared to see how the 3D reconstruction is against the, let's say, existing model. So like this, we can have those both grabbed. I see that it's a little bit loading over here. But also, we can add something like a video, and we can start, let's say, the storytelling and maybe the 3D modeling process. We can add the video, and we can have that video played, and we can better, let's say, analyze the 3D reconstruction. We have also textured them with rust or, let's say, metal to show different variants of the disk. Now we move forward to the second application. So it's similar to the original one, but this is a standalone application. This doesn't require heavy processing, so it can be done on Oculus Quest 2, which is a light headset. But as you can see, there are some, let's say, disadvantages. First, the environment is not that sharp with so good graphics, and we can also interact. Within the video, it's a little bit laggy, but in reality, the application was working good. The output video was streamed to a PC, and I recorded the screen from the laptop, but the application runs smooth. This is an application with the HoloLens 2. So with HoloLens 2, you can have the model, let's say, overlap the real environment, and you can also interact with them, you can grab them. But the main advantage is that the processing capability for HoloLens is quite low. Also, the price tag for this equipment is close to 4,000 euros for one headset. So it's not, let's say, a good solution to apply for mass consuming cultural heritage. The solution is the augmented reality application. So you can create an application that everyone can install on their own equipment. Also, the main advantage is that the user no longer has to learn how to use that let's say, equipment, since everybody is familiar with tablets and smartphones. And again, we have some markers, and you can see each 3D model. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to the next project. So this is the Church of Horia. This is a wooden church that has went into a restoration and preservation project funded by the same EA financial mechanism. And it was also added in the raw culture project. So within that project, we design an exhibition that will allow you to get inside the church and visualize different interactive aspects. So over here is the layout. We also added a TV screen, and on the TV screen, there's a looping video that presents some aspects of regarding how you need to put the headset on, how you're gonna set up that, and after that, so for visitors, it's easier to go. They will watch the learning, let's say, video, and after that, if they want to, they can try that. So the application is available at the Ethnographic Museum from Cluj-Napoca. It was focused on Biserica lui Horea, so the wooden church from Cizre. Okay, so this is from that video. We see the information, so how you can teleport, how you can adjust the safety wrap, how you can grab the objects. So the application was created for Valve Index that has, let's say, force feedback within the joystick. You will just have to grasp the joystick and it will make the grabbing activity. So like this, you can teleport. The 3D model was created from photogrammetry and also paired with laser scanning. So we went for photogrammetry so we can have good visuals of the interior, and with the possibility to interact with various objects. We can also have the possibility to teleport on top, and at the top we can see better various painted aspects on the interior of the church. So this is quite interesting. But also we have added some related objects that are associated with that wooden church. So there are various glass painted icons, various textile, let's say, elements, but also a wooden cross. And we have a case study for a wooden cross. We also have the initial state, how the object was preserved at the museum. It was also fragmented. And over here, we see how we can interact. We can either use the button or we can grasp the controller. And here we're going to see the model for that. So this is the wooden cross. There are 3 phases. That's the fragment that was, let's say, it was created separately. That's the initial state. And after that, restored object. So this is the painted version that was restored. You have the possibility to see the before and after in real time and better interact with that. Okay, I will go. So this is the wooden church. It's located in Cluj, in the Ethnographic Park Museum, which is the first open air museum in Romania. And now I will go for the last one. I don't want to overextend. So this is the current exhibition that's available at MCDR. And there are some applications. This is the first application that you can go with Kinect and you can interact with the application. So you can use your hand to grab it. I see that the video didn't start, so this is it. This is a video recorded during the testing of the application. So back in 2016 when the application was created. Again, the video over here, it's a little bit laggy because it was recorded from the same PC. But after that, we have a video where you can see that the application works perfectly and we don't see, let's say, this delay. Okay, so you can grab it. What's most important, you can go into sections. So you can grab the model towards you and you can see the interior of the bronze matrix. And soon the video should, okay, so this is, so in reality, it moves smoothly from a small computer that can process that. So this is our VR laboratory from Cluj-Napoca. Călin talked about some aspects regarding the 3D scanning. I will not get into detail with this, but this is the final model that is available in the online database. And what we have done from that project until now, we did reverse engineering on the model. So that means that we extracted the potential ornaments that would have been crafted using this. So we've done that in CATIA, which is an engineering software. We also created a tangible replica, and we defined an application that works both on the real matrix in the exhibition, both on the 3D printed version, but also on the photos. So let's take a look at how that application works. Our intent for the application was to move the focus on the objects that could have potentially been, let's say, crafted using this. So we see some lion ornaments from silver, and this is the application. So if you're going to go into Start AR, the the software will track using the CAD model, and we can pick individual ornaments. And after that, we can have them scaled, have them rotated. We also have the function at the bottom. You can grab either gold or silver, or the same materials with opacity, so you can see the interior of the object. We also have some animations, like a lion fighting. That's a bear. It's quite weird because the bear is smaller than the lion. But we can also add some animations on the existing models. Or we can go and view the whole model like this. We can assign a transparent material, and we can then go into section to better see the details. And the application also has two other sections, photos. Over here we have various photos of the bronze matrix, and also a small history with regarding the findings. So the history over here is the finding history. Okay, for the same application, we also defined a VR application where you can grab a sphere of either gold or silver. You're going to position it on top of the mold. Over here, I don't have a video because it's still a work in progress. And after that, you're going to be able to extract an ephemeral ornament, and you can interact with it in VR. We did the same also with lip motion, which is similar to Kinect. So you use your hand, you don't need to interact with any equipment. Okay, so now I will focus on some of the discussions. So the initial outcome of our approach has concluded that portable AR is the best solution for museum exhibition, mainly because the users are already used to the interaction associated with the phone. Also, they can have the application on their own device. So if they are in a larger group, maybe they don't have time to go and stick with each application and test it. But like this, they have the possibility to see it at home. Also, the tangible 3D replica extends the application, so you can manipulate that and analyze with a tablet. Also, the VR solution is good for people that have time to spend. So they will come to the museum, they will freely navigate the scene. But with lip motion, that natural gesture is harder because it takes a lot of patience and slight movements to, let's say, maneuver the object good. Okay, so thanks for your attention.
Right. Then it's the final presentation of the third session before lunch. Experience from 3D modeling, the piece of history project presented by Romane Deva. And I suppose that will delay the lunch a little bit. This is partly interesting. So.
Yeah. Change the show media in yeah. Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Romane Deva, and I represent TVIS. That is a non-profit company that specializes in disseminating history in all forms. We make physical installations as well as digital experiences. But today I will talk about 3D with visualization as a way to visualize the past and to showcase results of archaeological excavations or historical research for that sake. I will be a bit more specific than the previous speakers. I will show the 3D visualization we have made built in cooperation with Møre and Romsdal County Council and their archaeologists in the project Piece of History. I will also discuss some more general aspects of working with historical 3D models as disseminations. First, a little bit about myself and us. I am a historian. And together with Ragnhild Hutchison, who holds a PhD in history, and Thomas Hansen, a master of design, we have formed TVIS. And we explore and develop new ways of disseminating research and making it available with special emphasis on history. Our slogan, you can see it down there, is that we believe history is important because it gives us the means to understand the present and what we expect of the future. Besides us historians, we are a team of 3D artists, illustrators, game developers, and designers that develop and make projects together. Both Christopher and Arve has talked a little bit about the Veøya project and the Veøya settlement before, but briefly I can say that the project in question is a 3D visualization that shows the Veøya settlement on Veøya outside of Molde in Møre og Romsdal. The settlement functioned as the market town from the end of the Viking Age until 1349 or 1350, which was the year of the Black Flag pandemic in Norway. The island was located in close proximity to many important sailing routes and had both administrative, economic, and religious roles. You can also find traces of the first church, one of the first churches in Norway. Today, Veøya is a preserved island with a stone church from the 1100s. Although the island has visitors during the summer, the relative remoteness of the island serves as a good starting point for digital experiences for many reasons. A 3D model can be visited in situ, like more traditional disseminations, but it also opens up for experiences in your own living room, in the classroom, or in a museum, and in a wide range of media: mobile phones, pad, laptop, time machines, as I will get back to, or a touch screen. Now I'm going to show you a video of the project so you can get a better impression yourself. Can you put it on the big screen as well? Yeah. Yes, thank you. So this one is not on the big screen. I managed to incorporate into the PowerPoint. Oh, there we go. Yes. So there you go. Yeah, it was supposed to have music on it, but that's okay. And I will sing. You can just take it. Both houses, I'll talk more about that. Better 900s as well. Yeah, see if we can get back to the. I'll let you do it. No. Oh, yeah. Thanks. The VI project started out as a pilot project where we made visualization of 2 Viking boathouses, as you see in there. The pilot constituted VI as a good object for digital dissemination and explore new possibilities for a bigger 3D model. Here we also developed working methods and pipelines for a bigger project. The recreation of the terrain and the boathouses was done with 3D graphics and game technology. The terrain was recreated based on topographic map data that was moved into the game development program Unity. The sea level has been adjusted according to archaeologists' calculations. The boathouses were fitted into the topographic tracks shown in the map data. And the 2 boathouses have been recreated in close dialogue between 3D graphics in TVs and the county archaeologists in Romsdal. The latter functioned as a working group. They also had assistance from additional professionals. For example, art historian Linn Borge, who, with her PhD thesis dealing with wooden buildings in the early medieval period, has great knowledge about both construction and interiors and furnishing. The boathouses also went into the main project, where the idea was to visualize the whole market town sometime in the late 900s. Houses were laid out according to calculations made by the archaeologists. We also changed software from Unity into Unreal Engine in the main project. The move to Unreal Engine, which is a powerful game engine, let us add much more content into this version of we had now animals such as chicken, sheep, and horses moving around, as you saw. We also had people dressed in historic Viking attire standing about town doing their tasks. The faces of these Vikings were based on the likeness of the archaeologists and historians who worked on the project, for example, Christopher. During this project, we got to utilize new and exciting technology. This was our first attempt at creating digital humans, something that was too complex and performance intensive in our earlier projects. So the technology was developing alongside the project. So there was new possibilities throughout the projects. It's all, a little bit about the 3D modeler, how we make it out to the public. The experience is made available to the public on the website, tidvis.no/history. You can see it there. I will not attempt to open the website now. On this website, there's a subpage with further information about VA's cultural history, as well as a proposal for teaching plan for 4th to 7th graders. That's 10 to 13 years old. In the teaching plan, you will meet an old digital Viking that is too old to go out on raids. He tells about his life on the island. The teaching plan also contains a role-playing game to be played out in the classroom. We have 2 ways to experience the model. It was through a 360 tour where you can go around from places to places, and you can have a downloadable 3D model as well, where you can go around yourself. We also made a time machine where you use the computer game experience. We have made a cave with canvases on 3 sides, where using wide video game controls, you can walk around. We call this a social VR experience. You can walk around in the model together or with a guide, as seen here. These days, the time machine is being mounted at the Romsdal Museum. Building 3D model is an interesting way to work with your historical and archaeological materials. You are forced to make decisions, and you have to suppress the urge to make reservations. It is also important to be clear that this is and always will be an interpretation, though based on research. You also have to work interdisciplinary between cultural historians and 3D artists. So on a general basis, we can say that in a project like this, it is important to have a common understanding in the beginning on what the end goal is. What are the research base? What do we know? What do we not know? Then think concrete and visually, or think specific and visually. The 3D artists work graphically and not theoretically. We also have good use of thinking products and audience, and what is important to the end user. We have lists of different products that came out of the project. I will just show you some of it. It's a mobile library exhibition. We have free 3D models as part of the project. These 3D models were photogrammetized and also put into the model or in the visualization. So you can put museum real boats or real museum objects into the model. It's a different way to disseminate museum objects, where you can put it inside the historical context. We also, finally, I just want to say 2 words about Drageskål. The main project also contained a visual novel, a 2D game for school children, where you play a boy trying to make it in the Viking world as a skald or as a poet. Since we wanted Vea to be the setting of a visual novel, we used modified screenshots from the 3D visualization of Vea as a backdrops for the experience. You can see we use the 3D visualization in the background. This is an example of how Vea can be used to support new experiences that are set in the Viking Age. Unfortunately, we have not translated Drageskål into English, so all of this is in Norwegian. But these days we have another visual novel, The Widow's Boutique, where you play a widowed shopkeeper in Oslo in the 1820s out as a demo, and that is in English. So this game is based on the same method of taking a 3D visualization into a 2D game. So if you're interested in checking out the method, you can visit the link downstairs. Or you can visit also 3D model in the other links. Okay, thank you.
Right, that was all the presentation of session 3, and now it's time for general discussion. So if all the people who had presentations could please join me on stage. I think that maybe you're standing in front, yeah. So let's use this. And is there any questions from the audience? Comments? I would like to suggest there is something called kill your darlings. And I think that sometimes we fall a little bit in love with technology or what we're working with. And I have 2 statements to challenge that. And the first one might be directed at Kristoffer. Is there a saturation point to how much we can take in? Will we really get to exploit the full potential before people actually lose interest? Because this is the uncanny valley. This isn't close enough. We do not really get to fully take use of the potential that the technology has, because, well, we just reach saturation points and then we want to go out and smell flowers.
Well, I think it's very important. I think it's very important that we have, and that was one of my points, is that you have to kind of relate to the world out there, because it's only if you. I think the best things when you actually can relate either to augmented reality, as you want to talk about, you can relate to the site itself as well as the digital environment. Of course, as you were saying, that some places you cannot access the place, and then you would be a backup for the real experience. But I think the real experience is the best thing, that it can help us engage in the real experience. So I don't believe in a fully digital world completely. I think it helps us to engage.
I have a question. It's funny that you said that at some point there was a comment related to yes, exactly. Because my first thought was, well, then why should I go to the museum? Like, what's the difference between a real life exhibition and the digital exhibition where I can just stay at home and people are comfortable and they would, I think, prefer maybe to, I mean, in the long run, stay at home and because it's easier. So how do you think we can prevent that from happening?
I don't think we need to, let's say, prevent it because I don't know the real experience, like for example with the bronze metrics, it's much more impressive to go and look at the real object than just play with an augmented reality application or a VR application. Even though let's say the quality of the model is up there, it's much more. For example, we have those 3D printed molds. So for the same object, we have accurate replicas for that, but they still are not, I don't know, they will never replace the real object. So maybe they just prepare the potential viewer, they will know about it, and after that they will come and visit the real object. So I don't think that it will be a threat. We don't, it's not required, let's say, to take some additional steps. It's important to go with the technology because the real objects will always come first.
Yes, but at the same time, I think that technology will evolve in being able to replicate perfectly.
Yeah, maybe even now there are some technologies that can do that, but I don't know. Maybe it will reach that point, but maybe on the longer run, nothing. Let's say close future. Okay.
But we have
Just one more comment. It's also regarding if you think about something to Zarecha and. We are used to being experts on our own side, so we have a very clear view of how a site looks. But for us coming here to look at, so we don't have the same background experience. So and also when we talk about the Dacian settlements up in hills, where it was said that we cannot because we don't have data to present them, it's not enough data. So and that's when to help because it's very hard to communicate something that you can't see and you don't have data. So how to start engaging in those sites and to make them count, then digital experience should help trigger something. We don't know. It's an interpretation. It's very vague interpretation. It can help people engage with the intangible and the visual archaeology.
We had a question from the audience here.
Not really a question, but more a comment. Elena, you asked us to think about the ethics of changing our narratives. And I'm thinking what we are doing with the 3D animation or this whole 3D way of making a narrative. We are changing, or we are. Even though you had some very good comments on this, Christopher and Joel have, we are creating very, very manifest and very strong representations of the past. And yeah, so this is ethical to create these very strong interpretations in such strong media as a 3D animation. It's just a question.
Yeah, I also thought that was an interesting aspect. But me being a historian and not an archaeologist, we work a lot more with narratives, and it's also it's a way to present the source material, and you have to make it into a way to disseminate it. But what you can do, and what we have done in other projects, not so much in this, but what you can do in the 3D model, for example, is that you can have an information point on the building, and you can make the audience probably click on that, and then you can get links to all the source material, for example. What do we know? What do we know about this building, and what do we base that knowledge on? For example, we worked on a project from the 1700s, and there you can link to censuses, tax registers, and so on, so that people can get behind the scene or behind the research,
I also have a suggestion for an answer. We do work in different kinds of institutions. So ICOM says that the International Council of Museums states that museums are allowed to have opinions, but there should be room for all kinds of opinions. I think that in a county council, that would be quite different. That we should be careful about having opinions. It should be more well-founded in planning. Need to be a little bit more difficult, careful. I mean, so it depends a bit on the organization, which links us to the kind of communication strategy. It's important that digitalization is very well-founded in digitalization strategies as part of communication strategies. You had a follow-up comment.
Yes, I was just thinking about these to present different interpretations of very scarce data. Archaeological data is often very scarce, and as soon as we get above the ground, we become quite uncertain of what the structures look like. And as goes Borgen, there are some discussions about some of the very major buildings, or whether they are buildings or something else. And we discussed the possibility to present different interpretations, and also to have a more interactive way to present 3D, not just by grabbing things, but also asking questions. For instance, were there chickens in Veøy in the 10th century, which there probably wasn't.
I catch the last comment.
Yes. I'm just saying, to have these questions.
I just want to comment on the alternative interpretations, because that's the boathouses that you saw. There were two different boathouses there. Because what it helped us with when we started with the models and started to communicate both with carpenters and with historians and archaeologists, they all came with different perspectives on the same simulated site. And it was various, because then they had an opportunity to have this common discourse of discussing these things. And we thought, oh, there's so many various interpretations there. So we decided to have one based on the one side, and the other. So there are two different interpretations of the same. Then they probably look the same, the two more or less the same, but we have two radically different interpretations of the same boathouses. So that was one way of coming across that problem of various interpretations. Yeah, scarce data.
We have another questions from the audience.
Hello, I have a question for Ramon. Okay, you basically presented online a virtual trip to an Iron Age settlement. How many people visit this online trip? Do you have a track of people?
Yeah, we do have.
And another question, if this virtual trip is available for everyone, and you have to pay a tax, or you have to need an account.
I have a best question for the last one. I can check the data. I don't have it on me now, but it's free, and it's part of. That's because it's part of this whole publicly finance project. So finance comes from the government. So that should be free for the public, anyways. And you can also download it. And you can also download the source for it, so you can use it for your own game experiences. So we had workshops with students that used the model to make their own games.
Yeah, I think it's interesting this with the ethical side of it, because this is a project that is connected to this 1,000 years anniversary for the Christianity of Norway. But Norway is a secular country, and we are also responsible to go a bit. Have to be very careful with how we disseminate this, so not going to be any kind of religious aspects in it. So it's also why we, and when you make these models, you also have to, okay, what kind of, because many of these places have a long history. You have to decide which period are we going to work with. For example, Borgen, Middle Ages, for example, they have, you know, there has been a town since the late Viking Age, and throughout, what do we want to disseminate from this place? Because we can't do everything. So it's been very important for us to have different sites for all of these that actually disseminate different time periods. So this is not something that, even though it is a project that aims towards 2030, this is just experiences we want people to have on this trip. It's not something that is connected to Gustav himself or what he did or his work. So it's you also have these big dimensions. What stories are we telling? How are we going to tell them?
I think now I'm talking from the perspective of, let's say, a practitioner. I'm not a specialist or a researcher. I work with cultural heritage. I think, at least in Romania, heritage is a very difficult word to understand. It's called patrimoniu, which has some different connotations. I think a more appropriate word would be inheritance, moștenire. And I think starting with this word, that it's very difficult to understand and make it accessible for people who do not have a real contact with scientific research, or I don't know, they are not preoccupied, but they live in a heritage place. I think it's very important, and I think 3D models are a very good way to present archaeological sites, because not everyone can imagine, like you said, Christopher, it's very difficult to imagine what's underground. We are people understanding visual, I don't know, photographs or something, and I think this kind of 3D models would be a very good way to present. And I think in Romania, at least, there is a fear to have an interpretation. It's like, you know, okay, probably the scientific committee in San Misegetusa, they have their background, they have their historical data, but I also, it's not only in this respect, in this heritage site, but I think there is a kind of fear to misinterpret something. And what Gita said, that there should be different interpretation. Why not? I think people who live in a heritage place, they are actually interested to see different interpretations of this site and maybe have their own interpretation. I think it's not wrong to have an interpretation, even if it's not the most accurate. It's based on data, but I think it's important to have this interpretation for people to understand what really is this heritage site. Thank you.
I think that's my point as well, because even though it's a very sedimented manifest freedom model, I think, first of all, I think that if you come into experiencing that model with your own back, then you have, because a lot of people, when they see, or they see a stone and they see a ditch, and what is this? You can't relate to it. You just you don't have the visual in your mind, so it helps you to engage with it, even though it's not perfect. And I'm also afraid to make it. It's very frightening to make a 3D model like this, because it really shows how little you know. And then but it helps us to start thinking about those questions. And as I said, all consciousness is consciousness of something. And if you can't see it, it's very hard to relate to it. And when you see it, then you can start, you come into the model and you have your own background as a carpenter or whatever, and then you start think about those things. You can start relating to them. And I also think that you can start caring about the sites, and you can start making them your own, because you actually relate to them in a different way. But of course, then, and also your world experiences. If you have been at a site many times, then you come into the digital experience with different luggage, and so then your lived experience of the site differs as well as your own background. So and then those things can start making new interpretations that are not our expert interpretations, but the average people.
And this actually already happened when we made the boathouses. When we put it out on Facebook and we had this archaeology in installed Facebook sites, there were lots of people that came and criticized the choices that we made, and it was a big debate whether is this one, no, those are, and these were experienced people that working with building, practicants, and knew how old buildings tradition were. So it was very interesting to see how they walked into these models and actually just criticized them. But that was a part of that. It's very important that they did that, because that's the only way that we can fix it or change your minds or reflect on it.
I have another statement for your consideration. I keep forgetting that I do not work in a museum anymore. But ICOM has said that museums are not about things, but they're for people. So one of the challenges that I have experienced in museums is that sometimes these digital tools becomes like very advanced cabinets. What you do is that you keep walking around an object that is kind of in a intangible glass cage. And the difficulty in all museums is to connect this to human life and experience. And I think you touched upon that when you talked about how difficult it is to put people inside. And you said that they're doing daily things, but they're really just doing as little as possible. So capturing that, how far away are we from that? Do we sometimes lose a little bit track? Are we too focused on the object and not how the object relates to human life and human experience? Anyone wants to have comments?
My simple answer is yes. But I'm not an archaeologist, so. But I think there is a sort of, this is a harsh word, maybe, but an obsession with objects. And I think this, and with conserving objects. And I think this was mainly developed after the Second World War and this fear of destruction, death, and annihilation. So we want to preserve as much as we can from the past. Very much linked to what we want to say about ourselves and our identity in it. But I do think we are focusing too much on objects and too little on the relationship between people and objects, or also on people, what the people want to say about those objects, alternative narratives. I think Leo said something like, you told me that he said there's space for everyone, for every interpretation. And I do believe that we should focus more on that.
And just one of the reasons why I chose post-phenomenology as a philosophical tradition, because nowadays it's very focused on post-humanism, which is actually back to the things. We're not supposed to. The people should not be above the things. And things are just as valuable as the people and so on. I think that archaeology, there's a statement that was called like an archaeologist 70 years ago. He said that archaeology is anthropology. It's nothing. And I think archaeology is about studying the human past. It's not about the things themselves. It shouldn't be. I agree with the main way within archaeological theory, whereas post-chronology brings the human back into the equation.
Anyone else? Comments or questions?
Do we have any research for the what people learn, the learning outfit from the digital projects? What do we know? Do they get good experiences? Do the audience learn through these projects? Do we have any evidence?
Just want to have one comment. I'm doing a PhD for the County Council now, but the other PhD is studying brain activity at children's brain activities or in relation to digital experiences. It's trying to find out how actually doing a combination of arts and brain studies, trying to find out how it really affects us. And that's we're talking about this manifest very. So I'm not very much up to date on this study, but it could be interesting to follow.
It's quite interesting because I'm responsible for the cultural heritage in DQS. We have the cultural, bring the cultural heritage up to the schools. And when we look at it now, how many productions that comes in as they want to take out to the schools, for example. I was just looking at it now last week, and lots of them are digital. They're very much interested in digital methods and stuff now that goes out to schools. So I think we will have some more experience in how this actually works in schools. So, but it also kind of difficult to select from these digital productions to the more analog productions. I think we need both, and it's important that. But it sure is very interesting to see what do they learn and how reflective are they in their both of what they get. Good question.
All right, I think that is a very good time to wrap it up. It's 3 minutes until lunch, so I think we're just in time. Thank you so much to all of you.
Aici delegații care trebuie să o duci fizic. Pe Mars, când le primești și eu pe nu pe firmă, pe firma mea.
So the lunch is the same place, right?
No problem.
No sound? Can you
That's the one where I'm The links are open. The links, yeah. Over there.
The resolution is that why is the resolution? Big distance. Would that be?
Yeah.
Will that be
Okay. Can we switch?
Ai merge. Totul e bun ca în porc. Nu să le dăm asta.
Asta și încărcător. Atât. Și rucsac. Se le bagă rucsac amândouă. Se le rucsac amândouă. Nu, numai la mic. Numai ăsta mic. Indiferent, se le bagă rucsac. E până acolo, în spate. Da. Acolo n-are nimeni. Nimeni. La 1 jumătate după copil. La 2 la nevastă mea, dar e doar la 5 ceva termeni. Da. Înțelegi? le aduc și le pun acolo. Nu. Asta nu...
Yeah, sure.
Because it's announcing of a name.
Yeah, but it's not the Romanian Michaela. That is not even visible. It's not in Romania. In Romania, it's Michaela without without C. But anyway, it is not the Romanian. Maybe she's artist. I don't know. Artist name. Da, asta este. Yes. Cătălin. It's a guy. Cătălin.
My daughter's name is Capitala.
Catalin.
My daughter.
Fine. Here is Cătălin.
Yeah.
It's a boy.
Yeah.
And because they don't put all the, here must be comma there. Anyway, and Cătălina, it's for ladies.
Yes. And in
Cătălin, it's for guys.
Yeah, my daughter Capitala.
Catalin.
Yeah, with
But the
two
pronunciation.
N in the end.
Yes,
And,
put more. Here is.
It's close to the Hungarian with a key. The Hungarian has Capitala for women.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Cătălina, but this is a real Romanian name.
Yeah, I know.
It's old name.
Yeah, and in Hungarian as well. It's old name.
Was a story, the whole story. Story, file story. Cătălin, because here it is actually just. But on when they write on the laptop, they don't put the Romanian character. Actually, when it's correctly right, this Cătălin. Actually, correctly, it's like this, right? But when you pronounce Cătălin, because this is and this is is the different part. When you pronounce, when you correctly, it's like this writing, and the pronunciation is Cătălin, not Catalin. Catalin, so lady.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can write even here. You can write what is or is not yours. You can write. So both. In Romania, it's the pronunciation is exactly how you write. If it's one letter C, it's C. Three steps. It's not many.
But it's how we
And,
pronounce how would we pronounce that C could be different from country to country.
Yes, but the general rule in Romania, how many letters are here, you pronounce them. It's not shortly or longer by that. It's exactly how you write, you spell.
Yeah. How do you say good day? Good morning, good day, hi.
Bună.
Bună, yes, bună.
Good, it's bun. And good morning, it's bună dimineața. Bună dimineața. Because it's again it's like here something more. It's not the for that it's dimineața, no dimineața.
But bonne is close to bon, good in French.
Yes, but in French it's bonjour or something. Bună it's good.
Okay.
But you can use it is like bun is something with good
good on testing. It's good.
But if you meet someone in the street, you say, well,
Yes, the short, but it's like in the guys talking, yeah, hi, like something like this. If you are close of you, you can
if you're
tell.
not close and you are
It's
polite,
bună dimineața, it's in the morning, in the day it's bună ziua. The day, ziua is the light time. Yes, and seara, the night is seara. Bună seara.
bună seara.
Bună seara, señorita, bună seara. Okay. It's only that, no? Yes. Only this is Romanian. This you can pronounce how you know. This is not Romanian anyway. And even this is it's sure. Alin. Here is Alin. It's in Romanian. It's only in Romania you find it. Alin is for Alin. When a kid, it's when you talk with, when you make something nice for a kid, like you make something like this, it's like you make him to Alin. So to be nice for him to feel your word or something like this. That's
Does it mean little girl or does it mean just the word?
how you tell to the little girl?
Yeah, you said Alina.
Alina is for girl and Ali is for the guy.
Yeah, okay, little girl.
Yeah. No, it's a name, Ali. But this name comes from something which you supposed to your sentiment. That is your Alin, Alin. So that is Alin. It's like you talk about a guy who all the time somebody, you're nice, somebody take care about in special way. That's something like Alin. Ali. From Ali. Up. Sorry, it's sorry. And
it's the same in Polish. You have the N of the word, tells you if it's a boy or a girl. Proszę pana, proszę pani, ladies, gentlemen.
But a lot of Polish, you are from Poland?
No, but I know.
Okay. See, there are a lot of words in Poland which is the same in Romania. Even here in Romania, in the northeast of the country, was a big community of Polish from all times, and a lot of words is the same. Even I have a business which I work with a Polish guy in bilateral, and we talk sometimes. We talk the same word in Romania in country. The same, even they build. It's here. It's fasole. There it's fasolka.
That's nice to understand.
Yeah, because here it was like this in the past.
Yeah.
Was all the community. In the south of the country was Greeks a lot in the port, in the Black Sea area. Anyway, the Black Sea area is all. Now they are treated, they are not there. They come here only for the girls and make business, and it's in the west of the country, but in the new times, not in the old. In the old, just when come the Romans, there they a short time, and after that they okay. And but now in the modern time, they come here, they run away from Italy just to hiding and so on. No, I had these companies with translation in the past, and they just I worked a lot in Bucharest, and I had for 30 years I have a big company there, but I full of this. And now when some old clients ask me, even this is organized from Bucharest, from the simultaneization. And I come and I meet because I'm it's too much.
But do you live in Bucharest?
Now I'm living in Cluj, Cluj-Napoca. It's somewhere once.
I know, I've been there.
5 kilometers.
I came by
A plane.
Yeah. Nej, det är nog manuell utbildningsstoppad. Jag var rädd för att det skulle vara det. Jag skulle ha med på.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay. Yes, I guess we're starting then. It's the last session for, and I think we have a very good discussion at the end, so it will be good to bring into this session. It's about the digital end products, and it's about the audience and the user perspectives. The audience is a very important thing in this topic. First we will have some speakers, and at the end we will have a discussion with a few questions. But first I would like to welcome the first speaker. It's Mihaela Türk from the Mihai Eminescu Trust.
Hello. It's a challenge for me now to speak after the lunch, but I'm happy to be here and present the local perspective on preserving and presenting heritage. This project is a very important one also for us because Mihai Eminescu Trust didn't have any experience and background on working on archaeology sites. So it's also for us a challenge to work and be partner in this project. You heard. Oh, why not? I can see it here on my laptop. I don't know why it's not there. No, it's a PDF.
It's a PDF.
Who is Mihai Eminescu Trust? Probably you heard this question often. We are an NGO, and we work now for 22 years mainly in Transylvania. You can see here. These are the counties where we concentrate our work. We have implemented more than 1,300 projects. We are very proud of this because it was and is very hard work for an NGO with 3, 5 to 7 people. These were the people we had in our team. At the moment, we are 5, and Carolina Fernol and the 6th person in our team. We have invested in our project 13 million euros during time. These are money we applied for public funding. It's the application we are writing for getting the funding to implement our projects. At the beginning, in the year 2000, there were also a lot of private donors we had for heritage restoration, which was very good for our work to start with. And I think part of our, let's say, success is that we had this continuity, because this is a challenge NGO face in Romania, that it's very difficult to fulfill your mission as an NGO without support. during time, we developed a concept. We call it the whole village concept. This concept started at the beginning to save buildings. It was restoring facades, fortified churches in Transylvania, which were built by the Transylvanian Saxon population who emigrated shortly before communism and after communism to Germany. And all these buildings built by them were taken over by a new community, a community who had no real connection to this heritage. And this was the challenge we accepted, to create this emotional connection with heritage. And the aim of this concept is to revitalize and develop local communities through heritage valorization. And we do it we approach this concept by following three objectives. It's the rehabilitation, restoration, revitalization of cultural heritage, and natural, because this is what I would say, heritage is not only about buildings or very specific sites. It comprises a lot more than this. Then to empower the local communities to be aware and also to take over some of the responsibility and ownership for the restoration project, and not last to develop the local economy by valorizing cultural heritage. Our principles and how we integrate the local perspectives in our project is that we plan our projects together with the local community, and we always try to address real needs which come from the local community. We always involve and keep informed the local authorities. It's very important to have them as a partner or part of our projects. And we also put into practice all these projects together with the local community. We try to involve them as much as possible as human resources in taking over some of the tasks we have to fulfill in our projects, and also to use their knowledge, their techniques to restore buildings, to also the traditional practices. And we empower locals also to take over the results, and as far as possible to try to develop what we are doing at the beginning within the project. And most of all, we try to have continuity in all these communities, to have a continuity in implementing projects. The local perspective is actually part of a very wide perspective, local perspective for heritage preservation and presenting cultural heritage. And for us, these are some of the keywords for this local wider perspective. And we have heritage as a main mission, but we build around heritage. We tackle with our project more than this. It's social equity, it's integration of different categories of the community. We always think about sustainability of our projects and how we can involve and empower local communities to take over, somehow to make them part of our process. And what we are doing in this wider perspective is that we have our rehabilitation, revitalization, restoration projects. We involve the local community. We also take into consideration agriculture and the environment these cultural landscapes around the villages, not only the monument itself. And yesterday, Carolina also said it's not only about the enlisted monuments, which have an official status of monuments, but it's all the environment around the monument, which is equally important to preserve and to develop in a sustainable way. The support we are trying to give to local farmers, to craftsmen, to promote local products in this cultural tourism which we developed in these villages where we are working. This is the impact we are estimate and we are trying to achieve in these communities for when we implement the whole village concept. And we try to improve the quality of life in these rural communities, which are many of them are very remote rural communities where no public transport is available, no medical services or other facilities which we consider for granted in towns. We also try to create more local jobs. There is many of these villages are depopulated because the inhabitants leave to Germany or Italy or Spain to work there. And we would like them to stay in their village and I don't know, capitalize opportunities we try to create. And we also invest in the local capacity to develop projects. It's very difficult. Also, I was talking about how difficult it is for many people to understand this word, patrimoniu, heritage. And the same is with project. What does a project mean? For us, we think about objectives and activities and results and impact. But many people from the communities do not understand this way of working in projects, and we try to improve that by involving them, explaining in a very simple language what it means, what we are doing. And we try actually to build up local partnership. The perspective on Sami Segetuza Regia, it's the aim of the project. Luminița Mezei also presented the aim and the estimated impact. What we have proposed, the county council has proposed in this project is a higher number of visitors, development of tourism-related services and higher employment rate, higher degree of awareness among local community members, and building up an expertise network. How do we approach revitalization? Because we are responsible for this activity in Sami Segetuza Regia. And the answer is that we are trying to do this through partnerships. And we have identified relevant stakeholders in the community and also reliable partners for this project. And it's of course Hunedoara County Council and Mure-Romsdal County Council, but we have also the scientific committee involved in this project, National Heritage Institute, the Town Hall Orăștioara, and the local school, and the National Museum, and all the others. These are the activities Lisa showed yesterday, the movies. I didn't include them because I'm not very happy with this technology. Sometimes it doesn't work, so I have only pictures. It's the interactive and informal activities we have planned with this within the project, with the summer school and the workshops. We address to the younger generation because they are very important to be aware of the value of the heritage site, and they will be the future actors in the community. Also, we try to revive some of the crafts which were part of the Dacian civilization, the blacksmiths, and also we try to promote the local craftsmen and farmers. We organize the traditional product fair. And Lisa, we also have the heritage protectors. It's a training. There are a series of training workshops to have also people from the community involved in creating this relationship with the heritage site. There is also an IT application we are responsible for within the project, and we are working on it. It's at the beginning. There were some 3D scanning, and the company who works with us, they try to develop it, and we are still in progress with this activity. We are also responsible for some communication and informational activities, branding of the project, the website, and the flyers. And I put here a picture of all the actors which are involved now in preserving and presenting the Dacian fortress, Sarmizegetuza Regia, and we have actually a lot of them. All have a certain intervention, or they exploit the heritage site. We have the authorities, a lot of them on local, on regional, and on national levels. We have entrepreneurs, which are from the community, but also from the outside. Visitors, tourists who come to visit for different motives, the heritage site, the researchers, the specialists, the grant operators, the civil society organization, and members of the community. At this moment, all these actors put somehow pressure on the heritage site, and from our experience up to now, they do not really work together. And this is how we imagine and how we understand heritage preservation and presentation. To have, you cannot see, there is a circle around all this. So members of community, the civil society organization, the researchers, entrepreneurs, authorities, tourist visitors, and grant operators to work together and try to preserve and protect the heritage site. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mihaela. Very nice to hear about the presentation. And now we're going to have our next speaker from the museum, Viti, Duncan Wild and a Candy Store with Heidi Haugane.
Yeah. Try one. Yeah, good evening, Bona. My name is Heidi Haugene, and I work in a museum close to where Kristoffer and Arve work. The museum is partly open-air museum and also this medieval museum that Gitte and Arve have mentioned before, Borgen. There is my place. And I want to show you 4 ways of destination we have in the museum, not only in the medieval museum, but in the other part, when this will be fixed.
Just you want to try.
Yeah, there are no sound. It was supposed to be sound, but we try. But I can say something first. Okay, why did I wrote "Don't go wild in the candy store"? It's because there's so many possibilities in digital dissemination, and it's a challenge to pick the right. Shall we focus on VR, film, 3D modeling, or photogrammetry? Okay, we all, of course, we want to go. This is the film that comes too quick. Can we stop it? Yeah. In 2020, we got some extra fundings from regional council in order to establish an educational project, meaning to reach out to everyone, but especially teenagers. So we made a film about Borgen, a medieval town that was abandoned in the 16th century. Visibly, there are very few traces of whatever happened in the Middle Ages. This is a challenge to the audience. So this is where I work in the museum, and the museum is built on the ground of an old town, the Middle Age Museum. As I said before, this is also what Gitte Hansen and Arve talked about. The film includes artifacts, ruins, and the researchers' results so far, peppered with people and scenery to make it attractive and understandable for everyone. It took time, it was quite expensive, but it was worth it. It doesn't matter where you are, you can see and hear about the forgotten town of Borgen and the researchers' ongoing work here in Romania as well. Thank you. Yeah, I try. So this is film and someone is speaking, and it was supposed to be English also. It's a teaser of the film.
And these are all your grandchildren?
Yes, more or less. And my daughter as well. Because there were no money for Yeah, the last documentation is from 1518, and they said that the church was abandoned. And this is the ruin of the church. Margareta Church. The medieval town that disappeared. Yeah. And what's the benefit of this way of dissemination? We reach out to everyone, the school can use it. There are, as we have said, 5 episodes with different special content so that you or the teacher can select what to focus on. And it's also documentation of the researchers' work. It's Gitte's researchers, and we are 14 or 25. something between. Close to 25, yes. And we also have our production for mobile. We want to use this application to reach out for younger people and lift the experience to people who wander about in the open air museum. The museum has open access for everyone. With this app, you follow a young girl who actually lived nearby some 300 years ago. And since she is a ghost, she can travel in time and she meets different characters who in some way are associated with the houses and the original history. I should have left it for you to see because it was supposed to go in blue. Ja, og så skal den går ikke av seg selv. Yeah. So, yeah. You want to read it yourself or? Jeg kan lese det. What does AR do? There are many opportunities museums have for using AR to reach a new audience. For example, by gamifying the user's experience. The hidden app gives users access to digital virtual content that adds extra dimensions to physical spaces. Well, it went on, so maybe you should read it yourself. Could you? Okay. It was supposed to go smooth. Okay. So what's the benefit of this? To show more people what we have, even if the museum and the doors are closed, people can have a look inside the houses, and it is engaging for the whole family, and it's funny. We think this is an appealing way to show what we have. We also encourage parents to do this with their children. In our new permanent museum exhibition, I was here, Voices from Sunnmøre, which also is targeting teenagers in particular. We use the film media for documentation. We ask different youths around 17, when are you an adult and how does it happen? The youth's reflection has become a film that goes in loop in the exhibition. It was supposed to be voices and text. just went on. So what is the benefit of this? To listen to and document how it is to be a teenager now, and to give young people a voice in history and in the museum, to show everyone that we care about them and learn from them. And this one is a digital solution. That has potential of taking care of our past with 3D scanning and photogrammetry. 3D photogrammetry is the process of measuring using images, which allows you to quickly and easily scan, edit, and reproduce physical objects. The pilot's cabin, there it comes. Here we can see the surroundings of the area and ammunition storage, an old bunker, stairs, and the pilot's cabin. This cabin is actually an old wheelhouse. We can zoom in, and here we can see the inventory. And we can, yeah, that we can. We can also measure different parts, the window, for example. And so it's a good way of document, and also if something breaks down, you can go and measure it and go out and fix it. So the benefit of this, you can use this if you have to repair something in the cabin. As I said, a window, for example, it is excellent to use in an exhibition before you put it down, point and tell about every artifact. It can be seen everywhere as long as you have a computer, a mobile phone, and very important, without causing any harm to the object itself. But all this way of digital dissemination costs money. Should the technology fail, do we have the money to fix it? And we need digital skills. And I leave this. Thank you. Går det ut eller? Nej. Okay. Then I want to say some words about activity-based dissemination. As you can see, I'm not familiar with this technology. As I said, I work in a museum with both activity-based dissemination and digital dissemination. I have worked in an ancient city in Sweden where we have reconstructed houses, boats, clothes, and other stuff from stone, bronze, Iron Age, and medieval time. The students are invited to live as in one of these periods as far as we know them today. They are cooking, doing different crafts, archery, of course, among others. With activity-based communication, you get immediate feedback, and most often out of joy. There is the joy of being able to participate in something that puts everyone on the same level, without knowing and doing things they master, making leather bags, ceramics, and cutting apples and other vegetables for the pot, and just for the family. I have also traveled around to various schools in Norway and thought about the Stone Age. And the same applies here, immediate feedback. Common for these educational methods has been that we often receive feedback as the very best day of their lives. It is also very inclusive, maybe more than digital experience, but that is not the same as we shouldn't use it, because it's very useful in so many ways as we have seen here. The same also applies to the communication to adults.
They can try and they can ask and also share thoughts about themselves. We experience the same when we have a person-to-person tour with adults. People like to tell history from their experiences or their grandparents or something that they have read. Then we have a conversation. And that makes me happy. And what's the benefit of that? Nature, happy, the instant feedback, motion, the children and the adults will use their body and mind and often together with other people in social interaction. There is something about human contact. Muito mesmo.
Thank you, Heidi. Now we're going to have our next speaker, and it's about local museum perspectives. It's Cătălin Cristescu, the Dacian and Roman civilization museums in Deva.
Would you please help me? It's PDF.
Yeah, what's the button? PDFs. The button for expanding the PDF. Control L. L?
And where is PDF? So I don't see it here, just there.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. What's the other one?
The one. So hard to find. Is this? No.
I have to do it again. All right. Sorry about that. Since I am like a little host, even though I did not participate in organizing the event, I work in the Deva Museum. So I'm very happy to present here and hopefully have two full days. And this one is another interesting opportunity to share ideas and research. Yet my presentation won't be focused too much on research, but on how our museum, my museum, intends to broaden its experience in regards to the Dacian fortresses in the Orăștie Mountains, because there I work, and it's the reason why I came to this museum and became a member of the staff. And I want to share with you an experience 10 years ago, also an event organized for the UNESCO Day on the 16th of November. It was 10 years ago. I was not working at the museum, but I was a freshman in the team researching the Dacian fortresses. And I was asked to present a model for good practices in researching and managing an archaeological site. And because I was for a workshop in Bibracte, I prepared a communication on the ways the system works in that tremendous late Iron Age site. So I understood that it's a complex way of handling heritage. It's an archaeological site, so they do research, they do excavations, but they also have an open museum with hectares of interesting archaeological traces, but they also house I think the largest center for studying European Iron Age, which is very famous and has a long series of prestigious publications. And also they have a site museum, which is not focused only on the fights from Bibracte, but also the entire Celtic finds in ancient Gaul. So I thought that maybe one day Sami Zeketuzareg and all the other fortresses could follow a similar pattern, or at least go in a good direction regarding management, research, and dissemination. So I'm not going to talk too much, but I will stress out that the museum in Deva has a close connection and actually a very strong and important relationship with the Dacian fortresses in the Orishtia Mountains. And this relationship is based, I think, or founded, it could be a better term, on the grounds of tradition, research, dissemination, but also in regards to the future. So I'm going to shortly go through all of these, because you should know that in the 19th century, here in Hunedoara County, a society was formed by scholars and intellectuals or amateur historians in order to gain knowledge and preserve archaeological heritage. And it was named the history of the Society of History and Archaeology of Hunedoara County. And Teklaș Gabor was one of the founding members. He was a geologist, but he actually became the first director of the museum of the society. So actually the first director of the Deva Museum. And he was one of the first to notice, for example, that all the stone you saw at Sami Zeketuza was brought from kilometers away, because he was a specialist in geology. He knew where to find the quarry for the limestone, and he said Măgura Colanului, and then the underside around Deva, and later petrographic analysis in the early 90s confirmed that his theories were correct. Then Octavian Floca, who became director of the museum in the interwar period, and this has a strong connection with the researches made after the war in the 50s by Professor Constantin Daikoviciu. He was a part of those, and I told you a few days ago that this is the time where almost all the monuments you saw were uncovered at Sami Zeketuza, but also at Piatra Roșie, Costești, and Pitaru. So he's an important member. He was an important member of the staff of the research team, and he was here in Deva. And moving towards the 21st century, Adriana Rusu Pescaru, who she also worked in the Orishtia Mountains, but also studied Roman sites here in our county. And she's there at Vulpea Traiana, so other Sami Zeketuza, the Roman one, in select company. To the left is King Mihai I of Romania, and to the right is Professor Alexandru Diaconescu from Cluj. Unfortunately, they are not among us anymore, but she still is, and she's still active. She played an important part in establishing a prestigious role of the museum in the archaeological community in Romania. Throughout all this time, the collections of the museum increased with items discovered in the Orăștie Mountains. And today, there are 3 of us who work there. And in the last few years, because we had benefited from large funding from Hunedoara County and the Ministry of Culture, we could perform large-scale excavations, and results both in the field and regarding the collections of our museum have been extraordinary. So we focused there on excavations, but also field surveys, and of course, like you saw, we have to supervise the works, especially now when a restoration project is undergoing. And probably next year will be a really tough, but also important period. Of course, all the artifacts nowadays come to our collections, and our colleagues from the Restoration and Preservation Department have to take care of the items, no matter the materials they are made from, and but we also have to do some preliminary processing of the material, also for the reports, but also in order to have a good and better evidence of the finds. We draw the items, we photograph them, even scan them with our colleagues from Cluj Photogrammetry. And of course, there's the matter of how we exhibit the items. For the last 5 years, we had, I think, 5 or 6 temporary exhibitions in a project coordinated by Technical University in Cluj for digital dissemination of heritage. But we also work on a management level, although the museum does not have the tools for taking decisions, but we are there. Although we are only part of the scientific council or the committee, but Sami Zegetusa and the other fortresses, we can speak our thoughts there. We can cooperate and make dialogue with the other entities in order to build up a strategy, a medium-term or long-term strategy to preserve and promote the sites in Orăștie Mountains. And it's not very easy because sometimes we lack the instruments to end up in a position when the administrator, site manager can take decisions which are in benefit of the sites. Of course, we do exhibitions. We have all sorts of scientific events with or without too much scientific rigor. We also have a summer school with students from architecture and archaeology. We do guided tours. We have open door days, and we realized that the quality level of the public started to increase because they are more interested in the site, in the history of the site than before. And that was a really, really important thing. And of course, and with our colleagues, we publish our results. To the right, at the top right, there's a photo from 1944. Professor Dajkoviću, probably during the first Open Doors Day in the Orăștie Mountains, on the 23rd of August, which is the day when Romania turned against Germany in the war. So it has a historical importance as well. So because you spoke about how the public interacts and how we should understand to forward our knowledge to the public and how dissemination should be conducted. I chose two images. One of them is during a workshop on site. So we printed a draw of a vessel discovered at Sarmizegetuza, and children would start to imagine how it was used or what colors, because we have some painted pottery there at Sarmizegetuza, but also an aerial photo from the fortress of Kostești, one of the towers, a dwelling tower, which was restored. The monument did not change, but the roof changed because it was 40 years old and was not proper for the weather conditions there. So this is the first step in order to bring the monuments in the Orăștie Mountains to a more normal track. So the museum in this scenario should build upon how to exhibit, but also store and process the material. In Orăștie, there will be a new exhibition in the following years, which a department of the Muzeum in Deva. So, and I really hope that during my life, I will see a site museum around the area of the Orăștie Mountains. And of course, we should focus more on creating a real museal experience, not just exhibit objects or try to influence people with the products of our own minds, because you were talking about consciousness, behavior, and but of course, the Dacian fortresses are the main focus of this endeavor. And although other things are changing around them, we have different ways of disseminating and preserving them, the monuments do not change. So this is why we should take all measures that the heritage will not be destroyed by our activities, imagination, or just leave it there to be mixed with different kind of negative narratives. So this is why I think the journey has just started. Thank you.
Thank you, Katalin. Now we're going to have another topic about digital and practical experiences from the Coastal Pilgrim Center about audience perspectives. And it's Heidi Rongskau from Smøla municipality. This one. Thank you. I'm very glad to be here. It's a very inspiring seminar. My name is Heidi Rongskog. My background is actually work in between art and technology. I have a master from visual art from University in Bergen and was a scholarship holder in Düsseldorf Art Academy. I've been working
as a researcher within innovation, VR, 3D modeling, and user experience since 1997, as an employee in a main international telecompany. Since 2019, I have been working for Smøla municipality as a project manager for the initiative, dissemination of cultural heritage, and the use of digital technology. In this presentation, I will talk about Smøla as a site and the need to disseminate cultural heritage and why, the technology we choose to use, and results after the user survey carried out in March this year. These pictures are from Guri Center, a regional cultural and pilgrim center at Edøy. An amphitheater is headed or situated behind the building. A yearly outdoor theater is carried out, and it's about a strong female character who lives in the time of transition from pagan time to the Christianization of the country, and her struggle to build a church at Edøy, Iceland. When we started this project in 2018, there was too many cultural monuments, two main cultural monuments at Smøla we wanted to promote in special. This was the old church of Edøy, burned in the middle of the 19th century and restored in the 1950s. And the runestone named Kulistein after the Iceland Kuli. Both are believed to be from the beginning of the 11th century. On the runes stone, there are runes on the stone, and they are interpreted as follows. Tore, the name Tore and Halvard, raised the stone after Ulv. For 12 winters, Christianity has been in Norway. This is the first time the name Norway is mentioned, and that it's the introduction of Christianity in this country. And that's why the stone is a part of Norway's document heritage listed by UNESCO. One of the goals in this project was to make the Kuli stone world famous. There are far more cultural monuments from the area Edøy and Kuli, such as stone graves, stone settings, settlements, and several interesting individual findings. Not easy to access for public because it's often overgrown, are located from 50 centimeters below the ground, or have been delivered to the national collections the last 200 years. During this project, after documenting the Edøy church, we ran georadar on the fields nearby the church. The result was spectacular. A grave monument with contour of a Viking ship, findings that got recognition worldwide. Furthermore, a boat grave was uncovered, 350 cooking pits, and remains of longhouses. Our challenge was that both earlier findings that are stored in national historical collections and museums and new discoveries that are hidden under the ground are not physically accessible for the visitor to the island. The question was, how can we transform domain knowledge from digital archaeology and registrations to visual competence in communication and interaction? How can we make the history exciting and accessible for the public? And how can digital transformation create value for the municipality as Smøla? Cultural heritage. Cultural heritage is an important identity maker for the Iceland and the place, important for people who live on the Iceland and important to convey to those who visit the Iceland. The investment and basic purpose in this project were to develop tourism activities and creating engagement and end user experience. How can we disseminate cultural heritage in an exciting way and reach out to the young people in particular? How can we use new technology, use drama and gamification, and as tools when we convey cultural heritage? We started to digitalize the church at first. We asked private and local farmers for artifacts because they have stored in their houses. They haven't given it to the collections yet. We went to the Science Museum and National Historical Museum. All objects we choose to digitalize was related to the transition from pagan faith to Christianization. And here is the 8 of a total 22 objects we did digitalize in this project. 6 objects was done by using photogrammetry techniques. The Viking ship and the Ere star was modeled by hand based on georadar data, photo, and historical references. The red dot shows the place of orange, except for the altar cabinet that has its orange from the fishing village on the other side of the island. We opened an exhibition with the title From Sword to Cross in autumn 2020. 8 Samsung frame screens are mounted in the exhibition area at the Guri Center, and the objects appear without further explanations in the rendering. They are edited in a common path as if they are showing off. All text is projected on the floor. So, yeah, you see they are animated very slowly. So it's just like that. And then, instead of traditional linear storytelling, guidance, signs, or maps, we wanted to create digital characters as a forced and engaging storytellers that can take you through a tour in the landscape, a walking route lasting for about 30-40 minutes. We wrote monologues that express enthusiasm, fear, or frustration. The characters strive to tell us in the future secrets from the past. Since everyone owns a smartphone, it was the platform we meant was the most suitable for the story, the walking route and experience. We used all resources regard to actors and costumes from the outdoor play through Guria Vedøy, and got local anchoring through dialects and location-specific attributes. All important for getting the impression of authenticity, characters, or holograms. The solution is location-specific and launched through GPS and cannot be viewed other places than at area. The platform is delivered from Voice of Norway, original a zone-based platform of guidance application. But they took the challenge to integrate augmented reality in their platform. This integration was funded by Innovation Norway. I'm very thirsty. Could I have one? Sorry. This photo is or shows the local community house where we build a studio for recording volumetric video, and shows the situation during the recording of the monologues. The technology does not yet allow recording of several characters at the same time. But still, this is a cost-efficient and groundbreaking solution developed of the founding company, HoloCap. The plot was as follows. The audience meet the Viking Solve, who is washed ashore after a major sea battle at Solskjell. His dear Ingeborg swears by the holy white stone, and the lady at the farm, Mrs. Guri, wants to overcome paganism. The archaeologist B.E. Bendiksen has an inkling that there is a ship grave underground, but no one wants to hear his theory. The farmer, Tore, at the farm Kuli, laugh at the stone someone claims has a value. And indeed, it turns out to be a stone with runic writings, and Norway's baptismal certificate is a fact. The old church Erde is occupied by an SS soldier who is haunted by Olav the Holy. So then the usability and user experience. From the launch in October 2020 until this autumn, the app has been downloaded 900 times. It's quite good for a small community as Smyrna. It's only 2,100 citizens in the municipality. The user receives introduction via text, maps that can be zoomed, photos of characters that set the mood, text about the cultural heritage itself. It is hologram that speaks to you and 3D objects that are presented, all augmented, placed in a landscape environment. You can move towards or away from the holograms and get really close up to them to study every detail. The user interface may seem a bit complex, but are more intuitive and understandable among the younger generation who have experienced the app, for instance, Pokemon Go. We did a user survey among 48 pupils this spring. And here we wanted to find out whether Gjenferd, as it's known or named, hits the young generation, whether it's a good method and tool for use in dissemination of history and cultural heritage, and not at least whether it's entertaining. So the user survey. The pupils were observed during the entire session from the time they logged on to the local VLAN network, downloaded the app, and while walking through the 6 points in the landscape. After they had completed the activity, we conducted interviews in focus groups. Here you can see a selection of the comments we received. The initial response was that this is magic. It's magic when the character comes to life and suddenly stands in front of you. There was also a bit surprising that they told us it was scary. It was a bit frightening, but we didn't see blood. The most interesting point was that they actually, not what they said, but what they did. They started to interact with the holograms. They talked to them, made comments and mimics in front of them, walked through them as if they were real persons, but not real. They made movements and posted with the holograms. They touched the characters and objects and did antics in relations to them. They stood up next to them to be photographed for selfies, and they sent it to social media like Insta and Snap. We had not anticipated this playfulness at forehand. So, the mixture of technology, mobile-based, site-specific, virtual guidance through hologram, 3D representation, and augmented reality has a potential to be developed further. It's the first time this is done, in the mixture of hologram and 3D graphic. The conclusion is that this is an immersive technology with a huge potential. It must be developed and tested further for tuning the possibilities in storytelling, interaction, limitation, timing, drama, and monologues, and in future dialogues. And my personal thoughts is that this is mobile-based. It's distribution technology, potential to reach anywhere, anytime. In this case, it works best in its context-based environments and site-specific with characters and their local dialect. The weather, the wind, the tour in the landscape, and the subjective situation you are in will all affect your total experience. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Heidi. Now we're going to have another presentation from Eileen from the Hunedoara County Council about the local local and regional perspectives. Yes, here we go.
Hello, my name is Lynn Hens. I work at the Hunedoara County Council. It's the moment of the last presentation. I will talk about local and regional perspectives, more precisely about an app called Exploring Dacia. It is often said that we are living in the digital age or the information age, a time characterized by the ability of people to transmit information without major restrictions and to have access to information in a way that was impossible to imagine in the more or less distant past. This idea is closely related to the concept of digital revolution, which also includes the idea that the next step after the industrial revolution is the transition to an economy based on transmission, processing, and storage of information. If we look around us, we can see that most of us are using a smart device, a phone, a tablet, or have a computer or laptop connected to the internet. Moreover, our daily practices revolve around our phone, computer, laptop, and the internet connections. Therefore, at the level of the Hunedoara County Council, and more precisely within the General Directorate of Monuments Administration and Tourism Promotion of the Hunedoara County, we wanted to keep up with the world in which we live. I would like to mention that despite the long name, I will say it only once, the General Directorate of Monuments Administration and Tourist Promotion of the Hunedoara County is a public institution under the coordination of the Hunedoara County Council, which administrates, basically we manage 5 of the 6 Dacian fortresses from the Orăștiei Mountains: Bănița, Costești Blidaru, Costești Cetățuie, Sarmi, Segetuza Regia, and Piatra Roșie. As we know, the sixth Dacian fortresses is in another territorial unit, namely in Alba County. As we all know, the Dacian fortresses from the Orăștiei Mountains were included in the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1999. Therefore, within our institution, we wrote a project that proved to be eligible. The financer was the administration of the National Cultural Fund. You can see their logo. They are also a public institution under the coordination of the Romanian Minister of Culture. And the administration of the National Cultural Fund finances especially small projects from the domain of cultural and artistic field. As can be observed, the total budget of the project was relatively small comparing to other projects run through governmental European funds or EAA grants. Considering the fact that the project was financed by the Romanian government funds, the budget was in Romanian currency, in lei. But in order to have a complete picture, I have tried to equate the total amount in euros and in Norwegian krone. It's okay. Okay. Also, as can be seen, 90% of the total amount was financed by the administration of the National Cultural Fund, and 10% was from our local budget. In order not to overlap with the current project, the capital of the Dacia, Rocultura, the capital of Dacia, a living museum of the European cultural heritage, which also contains a part of digitalization. We focus on the monuments from the sacred area of Grădiștea de Munte, Sărgetuza Regia, monuments that you saw on your field visit on Tuesday. The main objective was to develop an app in which to include, we wanted to digitalize at least 30 artifacts from Sărgetuza Regia, 3D reconstruction of 2 architectural elements, also from Sărgetuza Regia, and the integration of historical information in the app in both Romanian and English. So the scanned artifacts are in the collection of the Museum of Dacian and Roman Civilization from Deva and the National Museum of Transylvanian History from Cluj. Items scanned include tools and implements, iron anvils, sledgehammers, tongs, because as my colleagues told you during your visit on Tuesday, in antiquity, Sanjetuza Regia was one of the main centers of metallurgical production in temperate Europe. But we also have ceramic fragments, the famous painted pottery with geometric, vegetal, and zoomorphic motifs discovered only at Sanjetuza Regia and in its close vicinity. But also we had two architectural elements reconstructed with the help of 3D technology. Also, yesterday, Stefan Bolic presented you the same objects, but their photos. Moreover, within the project, QR codes were created that were applied to the informational board that exists at Sanjetuza Regia. Once they are scanned by the visitors of the historical monument, offer more information both in Romanian and English about the religious monuments that are here there. The information is accompanied by pictures, especially aerial pictures from the drone, to give visitors a different perspective of the monument that from the ground level. Of course, the scanning, digitization, and the app development service were provided by the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca, which, as you saw yesterday and today, they are not their first project of that kind. Yesterday, Călin presented the entire arsenal they have in there, and today Radu presented also a part of what they do. Our colleague Zsolt made a tremendous job under the close guidance of Călin. All the information are available also on the official photos. All the available information are available also on the official website of the project, exploringdacia.ro. For the moment, the app is available on smart devices that are using only Android and can be downloaded either directly from Google Play or from the project website by scanning the QR code. However, to best of my knowledge, Grădiștea de Munte, Sanjetuza Regia is the only archaeological site from present-day Romania who has an app, a smart app, an app for smart devices. Within the project, we also there was a part of disseminating this project to appearances in mass media, printed or online press. We had also some news and TV shows at local televisions, but also flyers with the project and the app that were distributed to the Tourist Information Center across the Hunedoara County and the two tourism operators, hostels, guest houses, and so on. The partners of our institutions were Museum of Transylvanian History, Museum of Dacian and Roman Civilization from Deva, and the National Institute of Heritage, to whom I would like to thank them again. So, to answer today's panel questions, what are the possibilities and the limitations offered by this new technology? I've told you about one possibility, our app. In my opinion, the biggest risk of the Exploring Dacia app is not being downloaded, because our phone is full of apps. We have apps for social media, for bank to pay our taxes, for ordering food, for buying clothes, accessories, for outdoor activities. And as a tourist of a historical monument, I wonder myself, why do I need another app? Which I use it only once or very rarely. However, if you found it and if you are curious, you can download the app directly from Google Play, or you can scan the QR code. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, now we are through with all the speakers for today. We're going to have these questions. So I would like to have all the speakers on stage so we can have a discussion.
You thought I had forgotten about this.
Yes, take the coffee first.
So for the people who wasn't here yesterday,
I think you had a goblin right there.
What?
You had a goblin or something like an implant and they're preparing coffee.
So for those who weren't here yesterday,
this coffee is comes from a little town of Kristiansund in the county where we represent. Norway is a maritime country, and for a while we had the 4th biggest merchant fleet in the world. This coffee is a 150-year-old recipe, and it's still roasted using firewood, the traditional way in Kristiansund. And it's a recipe with a blend of coffee from Brazil, Guatemala, Colombia, Mexico, and India. So it's very exotic. I don't think many people associate Norway with coffee, but we're the 2nd biggest coffee drinkers in the world. Second only to Finland, which is even weirder. But this is specialty coffee for all of you.
Yes. I have some questions, so you can see here at the screen, because we have to go into the core of this digital project and see different sides of it, because as you see, what are the positive and the negative sides of using these tools to convey history? Are there anyone who wants to jump out and we had this discussion at the last session where we someone talked about this. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to
just push the button.
It's okay. It's okay. I wanted to intervene in the first discussion, but I remember that I have to speak a bit, but some parts I forgot, so I'm going to do it now. Because I think that each generation has its own responsibility and the way it interacts with cultural heritage. And for instance, if 60, 70 years ago or 50 years ago, all over Europe, everybody was reconstructing. In Romania, we did it more in the 70s and 80s. So now we have big gates for Roman forts or fortresses, medieval fortresses that were reconstructed. That's a generation. And our generation can benefit from the negative aspects from all the generations before us. That doesn't mean that our actions will be positive, but at least we have this digital possibility to conduct our own beliefs and interpretations of historical monuments or entire sites without doing too much harm to them. So this is why I think we should encourage digital reconstruction. Actually, we were talking about specialists and archaeologists and maybe architects. We are not so eager to start building 3D models, and perhaps there is fear involved. Oh, actually, the team from the Orăștie Mountains, we already published some 3D interpretations. Of course, they were conducted by our colleagues from the Technical University, and they can be renewed at any time. And also through that major project 6 years ago, more than 500 artifacts have been digitalized. And at that point, it was the first major project of that kind in Romania. So although we are skeptical. We also wanted to be the first to try this new technology and see where it can lead. And now there are many teams in Romania performing 3D scanning and digitalization of artifacts. But the problem is how you immerse the public to this technology. And I don't think it would be enough just to have an augmented reality app in order for the people to understand. Of course, it will have a growing impact on the way people see heritage, and they will start thinking that, okay, the administrators and the scientists, they try to bring heritage to us, just bridge generations, and that would be great. But we have to use technology and digital ways in order to provoke them as well. And I think that's another positive aspect, because you can also do that without without biasing the image of the monument. So this is why I think digitalization should be a matter of science or a domain of its own. Yeah, thank you.
Are there any more questions or comments?
I would like to add
Yeah.
something. In my opinion, the main point of digitalization is that as a researcher or from a scientific point of view, you can change the information when new data accumulates. I remember when I was a student, I was 2 years in a row in Austria. I think also Cătălin, you were in Austria at Carnuntum. Okay, Carnuntum was the capital of Roman province of Pannonia Superior. It's in Lower Austria, and they reconstructed a part of the civilian settlement there with buildings and Roman baths and so on. And the majority of archaeologists criticized the proposed reconstructions. And in my opinion, this is the main positive point of the new technology, because you can change it very quickly, and you don't leave footprints. Yeah. Thank you.
Any more comments? Yeah, Gita.
Yes, of course we need the digital dissemination, and we're seeing many great products here. One little concern from my side is that if they are, what happens when the technology they were made with become extinct? Do we have platforms for preserving not so much preserving the interpretations, but that they can, I guess the lifetime of these digital dissemination platforms is a concern. For how long can we make sure that once you have the project, and then 5 years after the project, the platform will die? Do we have platforms to keep them alive, so to speak, until we have a new interpretation and we can make a new digital dissemination? Do you have such platforms in Romania? Do you have some ideas about how to keep them alive beyond the next 5 years, so to speak?
I think it's the greatest platform is Europeana. So I think everybody uploads their 3D models there, right? And Sketchfab, yeah, but I don't know if, yeah. Yeah, so, but I don't think there's a national strategy for preserving digital heritage. We have just started.
I think this is also something you discussed at the Møre og Romsdal, who's going to take over the responsibility for these really big investments for the ones we've seen today, once the project is done? Is it the local museum, or is it the sort of these, what we call, I call the national museum, the 5 national museums that I talked about yesterday? Or so it's a lot of resources that go into these this digitization. And then what's next? Do you have a comment to that, Eva?
I would like also to say something about this. It's actually very important what you said, that at the moment there are several initiatives, several apps, several, I don't know, websites where you have this kind of information digitalized. And during COVID, it was very a trend, I would say, to support digitalization. But yes, you're right. After 5 years, you are, according to the grant program, obliged to keep it, maintain it, and something like that. But after 5 years, if you don't have the resources, if you, I don't know, you don't have the time to update or to host it somewhere, then it will be somewhere, maybe in a cloud, and nobody knows about it. You don't promote it anymore, or as an organization, you worked for it, so you know you have it somewhere, and if you need it, you can take it out from a database. But the general public cannot find it anymore, only if my organization has an interest to start promoting it again. But I think this is probably somewhere written in a digital strategy at national level, but nobody cares at this moment how to store everything. It's the stage where we try to digitalize everything. We don't know exactly what we are doing after that, but we have to have them somewhere in a cloud digital available. I think this is a new challenge. But about using technologies, I think also I'm talking now about users from rural areas in Romania. We talked a little bit at lunch. Technology at the moment is used only for entertainment, not for educational purposes. The educational system in Romania is not that flexible in integrated. On paper, they all have this objective to integrate new technologies in the teaching process, but at the moment, a few teachers make use of technology to teach children. It's and when they, so in schools, I know from my children, they do not have any computer, or if the teacher brings her personal computer in her classroom, then yeah, they have some technology, but nobody uses computer, not even a laptop. So also and we are living in a town. It's not rural areas, but rural areas, they do not have any technologies. So very few municipalities invest in this kind of projects, and they are singular. It's not something common. So at the moment, we are doing this digitalization only for future usage here in Romania, and for the usage of other peoples from abroad who want to make a research about, I don't know, our history or our cultural heritage.
That's very good, because we have a question about this. What happens when the audience don't have a mobile telephone? Because they should also have access to the heritage. And then we have the other side with technology and the human contact. what happens when we always use technology instead of interaction and direct connections with our audience, and then learning the traditions through hands-on and direct experience.
We have a similar project in Almaviv. That's a remote village somewhere. We had Niku as a partner for this project. It finished in 2016. And there, during COVID times, we were there driving every day, each one of us from our team. We worked before with a local association, but during COVID, they said, no, somehow we don't want to continue. Some of them stopped it. So we thought, let's make an experiment. We are going there, driving every day, and see how it works. And we had a lot of contact with tourists. We also have an application for that site. It was achieved during this project with Niku as a partner. And they didn't want to use actually the technologies. We have these tablets with an application, so they could take the tablet and walk around, have all the explanation, Romanian, English, and German, but they didn't want to have it. The tourists who visit this kind of heritage sites, they want actually to have this direct contact, to have locals as much as possible explaining them the heritage site. And we also had feedback from tourists that it's very good, and they are looking actually for this kind of experiences, talking to locals and finding out their relationship and their own perspective on the heritage site. Because they said, if I want to read about history, I will search up in a book, I don't know, years and data. But when I visit a heritage site, I want to know what people think about it and how they relate to this. So we still include in our project some digital products, but we don't focus on this, and we try to invest in people in the local community to have this direct contact, which is very important for the experience on the cultural side.
Any more comments? Oh. Yes, Arve.
I was thinking about this. It seems like we are in a chaos state when it comes to digital dissemination. In a positive sense, I mean, we are experimenting a lot with the digital now, and it's like what's going to stay and what's going to go away. We don't quite know yet, because we have to experience it first. And we are also in many times talking about we are doing it for the kids, for example. And could it be that it's the kids that's growing up now that's actually is going to choose and actually going to decide what is going to stay and what's going to go away? And I'm also thinking about, for example, the elder generations. Are there actually things in the digital dissemination that they will take over? For example, 15 years ago, when Facebook came, this was for the younger generation. We put all our party picture out on Facebook. Suddenly, all our parents was there, so we had to take them away. And now Facebook almost is a platform for the older generation. But it's I think it's very interesting when we see all these different kinds of digital dissemination and how we can make everyone interact in it. But how I think both Heidis today have shown also how we can. This is not something that we are not only talking to a machine. We are not only sitting at home and doing this. We are actually taking this out to the museums, and we are active and we are social in the use of the digital dissemination. And I think that's an important, very important thing with it. So I just want to ask you about how do you think that the next generation will think about us when we have worked with this and started with this digitalization, and how will they react on this?
Yeah, I think the technology is a tool. We started with a pencil and drawings, and it was painters who reconstructed the Roman architecture and gave us an idea how it would look like. And then we started with photography, and we have film, and now we have 3D opportunities too. And these are going to be put into the right context, to the right usage. And we have to experiment and find out how to be actually, which technology function in which capacity the technology has. So I think it's important to engage the young generation in the usage of the new tools, register with photogrammetry, make courses, and training them to draw also artifacts in museums, but use also 3D photogrammetry as you use pencil, and all those tools will live parallel together. The most important is that they are hands-on and not consumers in all, both registration and communication and share, and making this digital storytelling as themselves.
I think that's a good idea to have also, we talked at lunch that how they are involving the young generation in not only studying the objects, but also writing about the projects, the objects, their personal feelings or how they perceive that object. And I think this is also what we are doing with children. And sometimes when you hear their opinion, it's very interesting. And if you think back, for example, I like it because it was very interesting when we talked about the traditional facades of a house, and we showed the picture with a traditional facade and one very modern and actually an old house which was modernized. You say that's not a good example with this roof, copper roof, or I don't know, because the traditional architecture is very different, and the very red color of the house, and the traditional one was light blue, and that boy said about the new house, it looks like my grandmother when she's having makeup. And it was like, okay, very funny, but it was very interesting. And it's a good example actually for the children to make them understand, okay, it's not really okay to, not that it's not okay to have makeup when you are very old, but it was like having a very red lipstick. He associated the color of the house with a very powerful lipstick. And it was like, yeah, it's not okay in his opinion. So they have also their own opinion, and if we teach them to write about this, I think it's very interesting to take into consideration. It's how they will perceive the future, and to teach them a sense, in our case, it's aesthetics, actually. It's, if you have a row of traditional houses in these villages, and to give them, to make them understand that having a balcony or I don't know what plastic windows will not raise the value of the house, but it will decrease it. And it's not a one-day job, a 2-year job. It takes time, but I think it's not impossible.
We are talking about generations, which is so true, but we have to assume everything. Like we are the ones who work today in the Orștia Mountains. We know that our main goal as a generation is to preserve the sites. It's a very delicate situation. Of course, during this time, we also have the first 3D models of the temples, of the fortress. We have now a big restoration project on the fortress, and many other will follow, and that's really great. But our task now is to focus on the monuments themselves, because they can be scanned and digitalized, but if we don't take care of them in the field, out there, in their environment, then they won't be there for the next generation. So we can store data, digital data, we cannot store monuments. And I think this should apply to each cultural site or landscape at a time. Some principles can be good for in general, but specific needs of each site should be taken into consideration. So I think we should develop in each direction, but focusing on what's more important. And today, for the Orștia Mountains, we need to focus on the monuments. We know, all of us know that funding is not just out there. You don't go and find money in a tree. So I'm going to have money for digitalization, restoration, publications, and all. So you have to choose and you have to assume that. So I will excavate less, or I will publish less, but I will invest in restoration, or I will digitalize more and publish less. And this is how we are going to roll for 1 or 2 decades, I guess. So we just have to be honest and true in our field.
I think that's a very good point, and that the digital documentation, it's very important that it will not be used, and I'm not thinking about the archaeologists or the other historians or people involved in that, because I think we know that a digital documentation of a monument or whatever will never replace the real thing. But I think there may be powers out in the society. I think when we have the digitalized version, at least we have that, so it's not so important that this house may be tear down or whatever. So it's very important that we actually stresses this and says that, okay, this is a documentation that we have for many years, but it's just a documentation, and the real thing is important, because we do have situation that a house will be tear down, for example, and we use the 3D scanning or whatever to keep it. But that's when the decision that it will be tear down, and the only way to keep it is to do, for example, photogrammetry or scanning of it. But in other cases, why we do this is for dissemination in other ways, or to expand the potential of it. But like you said, I think it's very important that it stresses the importance of the material culture itself. So the digitalization don't become an excuse for maybe not take care of things.
As we experienced, we could make this exhibition in Smøla Kommune without the digital technology. We could make replicas or picture or photos or drawings, a traditional exhibition inside door. And I think it's also a myth that it's they say that technology is so expensive. Building a physical exhibition site in museums are as the same price, actually. But what's scarce is the knowledge and hands-on knowledge on the new technology. And our AR, VR, Oculus was VR years was accessible in the homes in 2017, exploding in the market, and everyone started to wanted to make VR, but the way of storytelling and use the VR on the right way is not on there yet. That's why it becomes so expensive, because they're gonna experiment and build a new project all the time when they started. It's my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Any more comments about this topic? No. I think we just end this session if it's nothing more to say. But thank you so much for all the speakers.
All right. Then it seems as we have reached an end to some very interesting days. Just like to sum up some thoughts. When we came here, we said that we hope to share some ideas and experiences with you. I'm not sure if I'm surprised or not, but it seems as, at least in general, we share a lot of the same ideas and challenges and perspectives as well. And it's I think most of what we've been discussing these 2 days, it's been to find the right balance between presenting and preserving, between digital documentation and physical excavations, between digital dissemination on the one hand and more the personal contact between human and technology, and between imagining the past and manifesting the past. Anyway, I think it's been very interesting, and I also think that we have not just simply learned a lot about Regia and your project, but also a lot more about our own projects and ourselves indeed. So I also hope that we'll meet again sometime, either in Norway or in here again soon, and that we'll keep in touch, and also have that we are able to. It will be easy to just send an email and ask, even if it's us or if it's any of our colleagues, we can try to keep in touch. And if you have any questions, we are happy to be there for you. So good luck with the project in the years to come. Thank you. So then I assume at least for that there's going to be dinner for us at about 6. So we'll probably stick around in the area. So if some of you still have time to be here, you feel free to join us. And if you're going back home, then have a good trip. Yeah. Do you know the dinner?
You deserve one too. There you go.
Maybe in Norway.